honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty.
Yes, family. Good afternoon. And welcome to Reason with Rattigan with your host, Will the Rebel Rattigan, on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. It sounds so good to say that. I guess to some degree I have arrived, or to be modest, I am arriving in the digital and social media world. Now, all I need is for all of you to watch, like, subscribe, and share. And we'll just make it one big party. Yeah, we're on time and we're live. Telling you, I'm ecstatic. I'm excited. Yeah, I've taken your advice, and so here I am. Thanks to all the people responsible for this. Reggae Global family, Kevin, Joanna Marie, Ed, um, and all of the rest of the people involved in getting me here. All of the supporters, the ones who used to tell me, say, well, you need to go up on this and you need to go up on that, but I'm a slow learner, but I learn. So here we are. Um, this afternoon, I have one guest, and she is none other than Professor Rosalia Hamilton. She's been here before, and many of you asked for her to return. But it couldn't happen before, as she is a flurry of activity here, there, everywhere. Just to give you an idea of how busy this lady is, she runs a program at the University of the West Indies. She heads up the Lascaux Foundation, working with a whole bunch of people, including the economically and socially disadvantaged. She's a leading light among the luminaries at the Advocates Network, a progressive social/civic group. She's involved with several African countries in the areas of education, culture, and trade, etc. She was recently appointed as the honorary Sierra Leone ambassador to Jamaica. There is so much more to her, but time just won't permit me to go further, except to state that she awanawi, and she's extremely modest. And although she carries a title, well, she carries several titles, she would like us to refer to as simply Rosalia. How charming. How modest. As always, she delivers powerful messages followed by sincere and measurable action. Today is going to be another special day because we're going to discuss issues that have and continue to deeply affect us personally and collectively. So you need to call your friends and family members. No, and tell them to suspend what they're doing and join us. Join Reason with Rattigan as we talk to Professor Rosalia Hamilton. If you'd like to join the discussion via telephone, please remember that calls will only be accepted during two periods during the broadcast: 4:30 to 4:45 New York time, which is 3:30 to 3:45 Jamaica time, and that's 9:30, 9:45 UK time. I believe Canada, I think on Eastern side, I think we're on the we're in the same time zone, so that should be fine. And the second period will be at 5:30 to 5:45 New York time, 4:30 to 4:45 Jamaica time, and 10:30 to 10:45 UK time. Keep those times in mind, because if you call outside of those times, I won't be able to answer the phone. And that's just for continuity and everything else. We don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation. I am pleased to tell you now that I have two chat rooms. Uh, One of them, it's the YouTube chat room. I'm looking at it right now. Blessings, Mr. Rattingham, Valerie, Doreen, Dorothy, Audrey, and the list goes on and on and on. Mojo, okay, Sonia. Bless up everybody. Big up on yourself. So that's one chat room. The second one is on Reggae Global. I looking at it now. It doesn't seem to be working right now. So Kevin, if you're listening to me, and I know you are, if you can just jump on and check out the Reggae Global chat room for me. Seems to have a little bit of a problem, but if that doesn't work, we have the other one right here. And that is if you don't feel like calling, just write. Please, 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 please do not forget to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. and relax with the Rebel. 2 weeks ago, the future was slow and sweet R&B. Tonight, it will be snap and tap. You know what that means? Tap your feet, right? Snap and tap smooth jazz. You're going to love it. Trust me. I spent an inordinate amount of time trying to get this playlist together. So plan to tune in and take the musical journey with me. Shout out time. Help on the comments them. Okay. Bless up everybody. Norman, Andrew, Gloria, Sonia. Oh, Sonia never hear the snap and tap. Tune in tonight at midnight on Reggae Global. You're going to be pleasantly surprised. Catherine. Okay. Shout out time. Prayers and blessings to all I know. All I know. But especially for Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P and family. Bonnie, all the way down in Florida. Sassy Jamaica. Bob, big up yourself and brother. Get well soon. And Mrs. Nelson. Um, Glad to announce that she's on the mend. And in fact, her husband, Herb, will join us soon. I'm looking to see if I see him, but he's not here yet. As always, big shout out to the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, Donovan and the Admirals, still so, and the crew of hardworking, dedicated, honest members of the JCF and JDF who are desperately trying to keep Jamaica safe and secure. Now, I must tell you this, folks. I watched a bit of the police exposition. I think it was last week, Thursday through Sunday. And frankly, it was a mockery of true law enforcement efforts to fight crime. You see, you can dazzle people with technology and glitz, but in the end, it's capable, talented, dedicated human resources that will get the job done. I'll refrain from calling the police commissioner. And I said this 2 weeks ago, from calling the police commissioner, the minister, and the Minister of National Security, and the Prime Minister. I'll refrain from calling them inept, ignorant, and arrogant failures based on the results we've seen as far as crime fighting is concerned. They have failed to tame the crime monster and bring peace and security to our blessed land. I watched the exposition, and those of you who didn't, go back and look at Wayne Lonesome's town hall meeting last week, Sunday. Or you can go back and watch the thing yourself. But the reason why I'm telling you to go to Wayne Lonesome's town hall meeting is because you can hear us criticizing and you can actually see what's going on while we're criticizing. But here's a test. You should probably just go look at it yourself first. I think it's on YouTube. And then once you're done with that, then you switch over to the Wayne on some show, the one last week, Sunday night. And then you can hear and watch us critique the whole thing. The speeches were terrible. And the scenario, there's a hostage scenario, hostage taking scenario at the very end. And I mean, I shudder just to think about it. The whole thing, the whole production was just terrible, terrible. They need to get good people in that ministry because they, not only the ministry, but in the JCF, because they have very good people in the JCF, outstanding people. I know some of them. They can captain that ship. But the people we have right now piloting that ship, making decisions, it's mind-boggling. What's even more mind-boggling is the fact that the Prime Minister has allowed this to continue despite the negative criticisms, and not just from me and my peers, you know, in the digital industry or the social media industry, but also from people in Jamaica. They've said it many, many times, and it's just falling on deaf ears. Um, Here's something to think about. They brought about this production last week, and that's all it was. It was a production. There were no results because a few days after, maybe a day or two after, they called a state of emergency in several parishes. Think about that. Let that resonate with you. In fact, I have a document. And I left it upstairs. I may have to go get that document because it talks about transforming the JCF. And this transforming idea and this evolving idea, it's been going on for years. And if I have a document, I'll go for it. I'll read it to you. And you'll see that the things that they're talking about, that they're doing, they've been promising us for years. And after millions of dollars spent, US dollars, mind you. This is why we had to show for it last week. Hostage taking with people come down through the ceiling, repelling. They can't even pull off the rope off of the waist off of one of the JCF members. Go take a look at it. It's a comedy of errors. And then the handcuffing technique, the whole thing was just mass disaster. And so now they've called a state of emergency. And the GG, oh yeah, somebody just said it was a series for Netflix. Of course. Miss White, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Netflix flop series. Yeah, it was terrible. But the GG, he continues to be a willing participant in the constant violation of the Constitution. But mark my words, a day will come when he will have to answer for his action. And his action has been detrimental to his own people. His own people. He continues to violate the Constitution. The Constitution says a state of emergency can only be declared in 3 instances: insurrection, like the Tivoli incident; war, if we're fighting another nation; and natural disaster, earthquake, hurricanes. It says nothing about using this as a law enforcement technique, strategy, tactic, whatever you want to call it. Nothing about that. And the GG, he has the power to say, based on the Constitution, no, I'm not going to sign off on this. But he continues to do so. But that's a discussion for another day. We'll get to that. Update. 2 days ago, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries informed me that they need another 30 days to compile and review information concerning the Moroccan fertilizer issue. Now, people, you hear me talk about this all the time, and people might say, well, why I'm keep on the top about this? Why I'm keep on the top about this? Because if I don't, it's going to die the 7-day death. Because Jamaica is loaded with issues, and they surface and then they disappear. And you don't hear anything more about them because people don't ask, people don't apply pressure. And as far as the government is concerned, that's fine. We'll wait them out because they don't care. Or they have a limited attention span. So they can focus on something for 2, 3 days. And after that, that issue is going to be overtaken by another issue. In a few days, by another issue. In a few days, by another issue. And so the first issue, buried. When was the last time anybody talked about Donnelly? You remember that case? When was the last time we talked about the Hungarians or Romanians that at least one I'm aware of that was arrested uh, close to the bank over at 3 Mile with scamming devices or skimming devices, some device. Well, when was the last time we heard about that case? When was the last time we heard about the Chinese that they arrested? The group of Chinese they arrested up, I think it's Cherry Gardens, with a whole bunch of skimming devices and all kind of devices to rob people of their money in a digital way. When did we hear anything about that? Oh, here's another one. How about the huge cocaine find? I call it because it's not a bust because they didn't arrest anybody over by the airport in Boscobel, St. Mary. When was the last time? Last time we heard about it, Mr. Fitzbailey, a high-ranking JCF officer, said that they were on the verge of making arrests. It's a long time ago. We haven't heard anything since. We have not heard anything since. And if you recall, right after that cocaine bust, what happened? Never. Hey, Dave, my brethren, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. HD, Millen, Borg. Yeah. When was the last time? Oh, better yet, going back to where I was. What happened after the cocaine find? You remember? If you don't, let me remind you. Right after the cocaine find was when the Prime Minister made the announcement that they were going over to St. Catherine to destroy those houses or he's going to remove the squatters off government land. Oh, Miss White, yeah, I'll get to that in a second. That when he said he was going to move people over there, move people off of the land because of criminal activity, that the land was illegally sold or being illegally sold by gang members. And as it turned out, the only person, to the best of my recollection, that was arrested was a school teacher, a principal, as a matter of fact, in his constituency. And questions have been asked: is she a gang member? Was she a gang member? Yuan, Lady General Fergie. Oh yeah, Loxley. Yeah, distraction. We call it shiny object. That you just follow that, or a red herring. You just follow it, and then you get distracted from the real issue, right? So that's why you see I keep harping on this, because there are more topics I can talk about, but I don't want to. You don't want to dilute the thing, and then you start talking about this, that, and they're all over the place. I just want to maintain my focus until this has been resolved, because there are other people out there like me raising issues about other subjects. But for right now, this subject is one of my babies, right? Because I want to find out what happened to the fertilizer for the sake of the farmers. For the sake of the farmers, I just want to find out what happened. because this 2.6 million pounds uh, were supposed to be handed out for free, freely to farmers. And there's one farmer, I don't see her in the chat, but there's one farmer I'm aware of who actually reached out to RADA, the Rural Agricultural Development Association, I believe. And they're responsible. They, that's the government agency that they hand out seeds and fertilizer and so on and so forth. And she said she reached out to them, and she only wanted not a massive amount, just a few pounds to plant some, to help plant some pineapples. And Jeffrey, big up yourself. Lead the P. Yes, indeed. And they told her she didn't qualify. She didn't qualify. And then there's a well, how do I describe this person now? Because I don't want to give his identity away. Let's just say that there's an influential person in Parliament that I had a discussion with about this same fertilizer. And this person is in the know. And when we started adding up possible distributions, we came up with about 500 £500,000, half a million pounds of fertilizer distributed. That means 2.1 million pounds of fertilizer still missing. Still missing. So, and I've been asking about this fertilizer since last year, and they've been putting me off, but say they don't understand the nature of Rattigan because I don't give up. I just don't. That's not my nature. I don't give up. And so I kept banging on the door. And then finally they came out and said, okay, we're going to give you, we're accepting your request and we will respond appropriately. And they even sent me a document where they said they sent it off to RADA, and it had urgent at the top. And so I was looking for, and they said, we'll get back to you by the 18th. And then they came back 2 days ago on the 18th and they said, we need another 30 days. So that's fine. That's fine. And the 30 days, they didn't say they're going to give me the information. They said, in 30 days, we'll decide once we've reviewed the information whether we will give you anything. So they're going to compile and review and decide. Yes, Cynthia, patient man ride donkey. Yes, indeed. Catherine Daly, big up yourself. Joel Vass, yeah? Ed. Okay. Now here's the second topic that, I mean, there are lots of topics I'm looking at, but I'm only one person. And there are only so many hours in a day. Although the people who know me well, they know that I don't sleep a lot, you know. Yeah, Kevin, you in. Just check out the Reggae Global chat for me, please. I don't know. I don't think it's working. Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. I know nobody tired of me from hear the name. But people, walk with me. Just trust me on this one. All right? And hear me out. We have to keep beating that drum because she, by all accounts, is untainted in terms of corruption. And she's one of the prime minister's chief advisors. She's well liked. And so people are kind of surprised when this whole lawsuit thing started because they're looking at the usual suspects and they're saying, okay, if a lawsuit is going to be filed, it's going to be filed against this one, that one, that one. And the usual suspects, right? But no, it wasn't filed there. It was filed way over the other side. They weren't even looking over the other side. And so it upset a lot of people. But if you notice, right, nobody has come to her rescue. Nobody in Parliament has come out and said, no, we stand by her. She's incorruptible and she didn't do this and she filed and she herself hasn't provided any documentation. But again, like somebody said, patient man ride donkey, patient woman ride donkey too. The 29th of this month, we will know. We probably won't know the full story on the 29th because it's the first hearing. It may take a few hearings, but I'm patient, very patient. So what's going on with Minister Kamina Johnson Smith? The tax administration, I think they call it Tax Administration Jamaica, they, they claim to be working hard to give me the information, right? Okay, here we go. They claim to be working hard to give me information. No, I forgive my people, my family members, them friends. I forget the update. Thursday is the third time that I've filed under the Access to Information Act of 2002 to get information regarding some tax information from her. And some of you have taken exception in the sense that, we've had some discussions as to whether or not I should be entitled to people's tax information. And I try to carve out an exception. But that's fine. I mean, that's why we're here. That's why we're family. We can talk and we can discuss and we can do battle. But at the end of the day, we're still family. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Right? We don't have to hurt people's feelings or anything like that. No. Before I tell you about this, let me tell you about the access to information. The Access to Information Act is a wonderful piece of legislation in Jamaica. Extraordinary piece of legislation, right? And here's one of the reasons why. Anybody in the world can petition the Jamaican government for information. And they have 9 exceptions. They have 9 exceptions where if your request falls within one of those 9, then they won't be able to give you the information, like information concerning national security, something to do with the economics of the country, things of that nature. I urge you, go read the Access to Information. Go read it. And if you read it and you don't understand, ask somebody or call me. Or there's a gentleman up at Jamaica House by the name of Damian Cox, COX. Reach out to him because he's a coordinator. He knows this thing inside out. But here's what happened now with me and Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox is, as far as I can tell, he's a gentleman. He's respectful. He's decent, great demeanor. He's also knowledgeable. And so he and I had a conversation about this access to information. And I said to him, listen, a lot of people don't know about this Access to Information Act. And some of the people who know about it, they don't understand it. And since it's implemented by the government on the service side, on the provider side, right? Because you will request, they will provide. But then they have to make sure that it doesn't fall within one of the 9 exceptions. So I said to him, look, you know about this thing. So why don't you come on my program and explain to people? Because people in the diaspora, they don't know that most people in the diaspora don't know that they can file this ATI by email, as a matter of fact. They don't know that they can file this and say to the government, I need information about this, and that. They don't know that. So why don't you come on and then just explain to people so that they have a better grasp of this and that they can utilize it. And he said to me, you know what? I would be the person nominated by the government to provide this kind of outreach. But he said, but I have to seek permission to do it. And I said to him, okay, here's what we'll do. I don't want you going to anyone and telling them that I asked you to come on the program to do this. I am going to send you an email because I want to document it. Because, who knows? And I'm not saying he's untrustworthy or whatever, but just to be on the safe side, I said, I'll write it and then you can take my email to your superiors and then ask them. I drafted it, sent it to him. This is, I don't know, well over a week ago. And he said he was gonna, I see our guest has arrived, but hang tight, Rosalie. I'm right there. I'm right there. Don't worry. So I said to him, all right, just come on and talk to the people. And it's been over a week and I haven't heard anything from him. So I don't know. I know he received the email because he wrote to me acknowledging the receipt and said he would forward it to his superiors. So I don't know if his superiors are too busy or if they've told him no, because they've told other people no. People who, believe it or not, people who have a responsibility to come on this program. People who bound and compound for come on this program, like people who represent us. Right? I know some of those people have been spoken to and said, no, 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 stay away from running that corner there because them don't ramp around there. Them people are some different set of people. And they're right. But in any event, Rosalia is here, and I just want to fly through this thing because we have a lot to talk about with her. And I think she has some breaking news she wants to share with all of us. But anyway, I sent last week Thursday, the third time I sent it to the tax administrator, I think they call it tax administrator Jamaica, the tax office, three times last week Thursday, asking for information. And what am I asking for? I said to them, listen, just tell me if the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, if she declared the $99,000 gift she received as services, if she declared that as a gift, and if she paid her 30% tax on it, US dollars. That's all. I don't want to see her personal stuff, what else, other streams of, I don't want to see that. They wrote me back and they said, oh, and they gave me two statutes. They said, under these two statutes, two laws, you're not entitled. Well, Mama no raise no fool. Mama, Del, bless up. So what did I do? I go back and read the statute. I said, wait a minute, this not apply to me. So I wrote them and I said to them, look, these two statutes, they do not apply to me. So second request, them respond. This time they give me one statute. And them say, and this time it's the first time they gave me the ATI and they gave me a tax statute, a tax law. Second time they gave me a tax law, which was basically a repeat of the first one. And I go back and I read this thing and I send it to them. And here just to show you all these people are. And I can say this. And the reason why I can say this is because this is the third time. But here's what happened. They tell me that under section 17, F17, G17, NB, I'm not entitled. Now here's 17F, and I'll quickly go through it with you. 17F refers to procedure for a commissioner in a division, the tax agency, asking information about a private citizen from another division. So it's interdivisional. It has nothing to do with a private person asking about another person. So that statute doesn't apply to me because I'm not, it talks about the required procedure for a commissioner or his delegate to receive taxpayers' information from another commissioner of another department. I am neither the commissioner nor a delegate, and I am not a government employee. So 17F doesn't apply. 17G is when the tax people, you file your taxes, they have information that you didn't file it correctly, that you're trying to hide funds. For example, you have money in a bank and you didn't declare it. Then what the 17G lays out the procedure for them to go to court and get a subpoena to go to the bank to get your information. No, that information from the bank, I'm not allowed to get. So keep in mind what I'm saying. It's a tax people going to an organization with a subpoena to get information about a taxpayer. And now Rattigan shows up and says, I want that information that you got from the bank. I'm not allowed that information. But I'm not asking for that information. I'm not asking for any banking information. I'm just saying, look, she received this gift. She didn't receive it in cash. So there's no banking information. She received it in services.
So I said to them, just tell me if she put down the $99,000 and tell me if she pay her 30%. That's all. So that statute, that law does not apply to Rattigan. Then they come up with another one, 17NB. 17NB refers to international tax compliance agreements between Jamaica and foreign countries. I'm not a foreign country. I mean, live in a foreign country, or we call it adopted home. But I'm not a foreign country. That is where you have the Jamaican government asking a foreign government, the UK government, information on someone. And it talks about the procedures whereby they have to go to get that info. It has nothing to do with me. So I sent it back to them and I said, look, I did an analysis. They met my work, I did the request, the basis for the release, the analysis, and then I put a caution statement. And a caution statement says, listen, I'm getting the impression that you guys are trying to frustrate my efforts, that you guys are trying to ensure that I don't get that information. You're trying to conceal the information from me. And if it's proven to be true under the ATI, that person responsible, that responsible person faces a fine of up to $500,000 Jamaican dollars or up to 6 months in prison. So can you imagine that poor civil servant who's the ATI person who's collecting and doing all this stuff? She's sitting there, and you know what's going to happen? If I have to take this to court and there's a decision, they're going to throw her under the bus. They're going to say, hey, she was supposed to do it, she didn't do it. It's that simple. So that's where we are with them. So I'm waiting to hear back from them. Let me jump to this. Remember, I told you about my interaction with the Northeast representative of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, that questionable organization established by the Jamaican government in 2020. And remember, I told you that she canceled our meeting because she said she was advised by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to wait for the completion of the onboarding and transition process. Onboarding and transition process. Now, I was told by a source in the ministry that there's no such thing. There's no such thing. Oh, Marcia, the number is 667-369-8569. 667, and for all of you who call later on, the number is 667-369-8569. So there's no such thing. So I don't know what to make of this onboarding and transition process. Maybe that representative was actually told to avoid me. I don't know. But be that as it may, she reached out to me this week and has agreed to come on the program. And I applaud her. And hopefully she'll be able to join us next week or so, because she may have plans for next week. So I'm not going to assume that because I call and, she's going to make herself available. She has other things to do. So in the near future, I'll try for next week. And if she's unavailable, then in the near future, we'll do that. Finally, many of you have reached out to me with stories about corruption in Jamaica. People in the UK, me know now, watch me, bless upon yourself. People in Canada. Yeah, Canada. Bless upon yourself. I won't call any names. And the stories are compelling and provable in court. In fact, one of the stories that was related to me a few weeks ago is actually in court right now making news. Is actually in court making news. Now, I've gone through all of them, all of the material that you have sent me. I mean, keep the material coming, and I promise to respond to all of you. But there's only one of me, so I'll get to you. I promise you, I'll get to you. All right, but just bear with me because I have a lot going on. I like being busy, to be honest with you. I really do. But it's just that it will take a time before I can respond to every single person. And that's why your support for the legal foundation is going to be important. Someone mentioned that earlier. Say, hey, can you give us an update? uh, because we plan to hire people to quickly vet the claims and decide which ones we are going to pursue through public relations or court. And that's going to be a game changer. That's going to be a game changer. I was on a program last night, Andre Stevens's program with Isaac Buchanan. And we were talking about solutions. How do we get the Jamaican government to respond to the cries, the needs, the desires, the aspirations of its citizens? And we were talking about the plausibility of demonstrations, protests. And we reflected on what happened yesterday, because there was a protest over at Emancipation Park yesterday. It wasn't well attended, but the people there, they were, what they lack in numbers, they made up in vigor and spirit. And the sun was blazing. It was hot. But these people went out there and they expressed themselves. They wanted their voices to be heard. But it became quite clear to us that it wasn't properly organized. It was hurriedly put together. And I don't mean this to cast aspersions on whoever organized it. All I'm saying is that it wasn't done in such a way that it would have maximum effect. And maybe it was a knee-jerk reaction to what we heard in the week regarding the salary hikes. But putting that aside, what we've decided to do is to ask people to stay home. And there will come a clarion call at some point to say, okay, here are the dates when you're going to stay home. And in addition to that, will be court action on several issues. So those are the two strategies: a sit out and court action. Because people are afraid that adverse action will be taken against them if they try to do what's constitutionally protected. I mean, as long as they have their permits, they're worried about that. They're worried about their safety. They're worried about their lives. So the consensus was, okay, maybe people should just stay home. And we're talking about a massive stay home. We're not talking about just one industry or one sector. We're talking about everybody just deciding to stay home. And in fact, you know what? Staying home might be good for the crime situation. Have you ever thought about that? It might be good. Although the crime rate was still high during COVID, when everybody was required to stay home. So, I don't know. Well, it's been an interesting week. This is other news now. Every week is an interesting week in content-rich Jamaica. Some of the major news this week concern murders. Hold on one second. I see. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Hello? No, no, the email. Yeah, the Diego. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Rosalie. Okay. All right. Yes, Rosalie. We're almost ready for you. Some of the major news this week, concern murders, official visits, and if you notice the timing, But the thing about it is that some of these official visits, I can tell you that they're planned way in advance. But it's just I'm just curious about some of the things, just the timing of when they happen and why they happen. Um, Constitutional reform. We're finding out that the people responsible are the groups responsible for this constitutional reform. Um, they don't know much more than the people in the audience asking the questions, which is major concern, considering that we've been told that they have to hurry and get this thing through. And of course, the pay hike for government officials, especially the parliamentarians. Rosalia come broke this down and giving her the full story, the full 100. Well, family, please join me extending a warm welcome to Rosalia. Rosalia, welcome to your broadcasting home and to our people. Here she is, folks.
Hi,
Rosalia,
how you do? How you do? How you do?
can't hear you.
Well,
Yeah,
my mic it's not on
we
mute.
can't hear you.
It's not on mute.
You're not
Uh,
muted?
no,
You can hear it? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Ah, that's weird.
Not muted.
Hold on. If I can't hear you, then it means that. Hold on.
Can you hear me now?
All right, Herb, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear Dr. Hamilton.
It's
How
like
you
I'm
doing,
the
Doc?
problem.
You can hear me, Herb?
I can hear you.
All right. So we can hear Will.
Okay.
Or
No,
Will not
Kevin.
hear me. Are you hearing me now?
I know Kevin was in a while ago. Herb, can you hear Rosalia?
Yes, I can. If I'm wondering if she's
Hold
no,
on.
she you wouldn't be able to hear her through my stream though, could you?
Hold on. Let me get Kevin. Hold on.
So how are you, Herb?
Oh, I'm doing well, Doc. It's been a long time.
It
Yeah,
has been.
everybody. It looks like nobody can hear me. It looks like I am the problem because I'm hearing that they can hear you guys, but
Yeah.
I can't hear you. Hold on.
Well, no doubt you'll fix it shortly.
Yeah, people say that they can hear all of us, but I can't hear you guys. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Hello. No, everything is fine here. Hold on. Let me just play some music and get Kevin on the line.
Yeah, the technology sometimes mess up.
He can't hear you. Is that it, Dr. Hamilton?
Yes, he said he can't, but I'm
Yeah.
hearing you well, and you're hearing me.
Oh
So
yeah, I'm hearing you quite well.
I'll take a shot.
yeah,
I'm
and
just
the
trying to
audience,
figure out if
yeah,
there's
the
something.
audience is saying that they can hear.
Yeah.
Herb, are you based here? Are you in Jamaica?
No, I'm actually in Virginia,
Ah, okay. All right.
and
Well,
work out of the Greater Washington area, down
okay.
in DC actually. Well, you know Dr. Claire Nelson, right?
Yes.
Yeah, her organization at the Institute of Caribbean Studies.
Yeah.
We're down at the OS building.
Yeah. Well, I think the audience seem to be hearing us.
Yeah,
So,
they hear everybody.
yeah.
Honesty. Can you say with honesty? Honesty. Can you say with honesty? Honesty. Can you say with honesty? Honesty. Can you say with honesty?
I can't hear them. No.
Honesty. Can you say with honesty? Honesty. And you say honesty, honesty. And you say honesty, honesty. And you say
Okay.
honesty.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
All
Yeah.
right,
And you
wonderful.
hearing me too, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Good
Okay.
Let me
stuff.
All
stop
right.
the music. Hold on. Okay.
Important words, honesty.
Oh, you
Yeah.
hear it, right?
Yes.
Well, again, Rosalia, welcome, 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 welcome. I tell you, had it not been for Kevin, I would have said there's a conspiracy going on because listen, we've evolved from just a basic system. I can't share the system I started out with to now we have this. I guess it's state of the art. It's too state of the art for me.
Too
And we
sophisticated.
tested everything out and everything's working fine. And I even called my service provider. They came in, they test the lines coming in, the lines going out, everything, the whole thing. So I said, if I have a problem this week, I know who's responsible. I know who's responsible. It's not me, you know. But anyway, welcome, welcome, welcome. What I'd like you to do for us right now, because I suspect that there are people out there who they're saying, who's this Rosalia Hamilton? Who's this, person? We don't know her. And I happen to know a little bit about your background. And as I've said in the introduction, that you are one away. You're not somebody who born with a gold spoon in your mouth. You're one away. You pull yourself up by the bootstraps to get where you are, and you're an inspiration to particularly to young people. And the work you're doing is just extraordinary. So please take a few minutes and just tell this global audience who you are, please.
Well, I like to think of myself as a Jamaican woman who is just trying to make a difference in the country that we love. I grew up here in Jamaica. My father, let me start with my father.
Yes.
Started with 6 shilling and a hammer, right? And if he was not a serious entrepreneur and made well, I would be one of many people born in poverty and struggling to make it. And so he did well in life, and he made sure that I had a good education, and the family had all of us had a good education. That gave us a good start. Wasn't easy along the way. Most people see me and think, my born with gold spoon, as I say, but they don't know that I work in a factory in England, right? To go make for pay school fee. And I had my own difficulties in life. Obviously, not as bad as some people have, but I've had my own challenges. But here I am today. When I returned, I studied abroad in England and in the US. Actually, I was teaching at Tuskegee University and at John Jay College in New York.
Hey, stop right there.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
went to John Jay.
yeah.
Yeah, I went to John Jay from 77 to 81.
All right, that is I taught after.
Okay, all right, all right. I'm just done it. Age myself. That's okay.
Yes, yes, yes. I taught after that. So and then I did my PhD in New York, a master's and PhD, and then I went home. I came home. I just really felt, a lot of people, a lot of my peers at the time, everybody said, boy, Jamaica in a bad shape, we can't bother go home. And I kept saying, if I just felt if I wanted to go home, I had to create the Jamaica I want and all of us want. This is not, we don't sit back and wait for somebody else to do it. I went back with that sense that I have to make my contribution to making Jamaica better. And so I went back home. I worked in my family business, understood the struggles of small and medium, micro, small and medium sized business in Jamaica. In fact, it was coming out of that experience of working in my family business that I started the Jamaica Wood Products and Furniture Association, first business organization I started. And because my father's was in work, woodwork and so on. And then coming out of all of that, I felt, I really need to step up to the plate and use my professional skills to guide government. Everybody say, you want to have a chat, but you don't want to come into government. And so I became the advisor to Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and was very active in some of the
Who was
trade
it at the time?
agreements.
Who was the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade at the time?
It was Anthony Hilton,
Oh,
and he
okay, okay.
had that joint role, right? In fact, I was very active in the discussions around the ACP EU, the Cotonou Agreement, and try to prepare Jamaica for the changing international landscape. And in that context, actually shaped Jamaica's first trade policy, in which we really carved out a role for the diaspora. And so a lot of what is happening in the ministry is rooted in a policy that located the diaspora as an important stakeholder. And so, I did that, and then I left, and then went to advise the our first female Prime Minister Portia Simpson Milner. And after I left that, I went to university. So, having spent 10 years at the University of Technology, Jamaica, as vice president, I decided that I wanted to continue to do the work I was doing, which was to really provide the kinds of professional skills, capacity building interventions that can make the difference in people's lives. And so I continue to do that in the work I do at the Lasco Chin Foundation. And we've been working with at-risk youths in communities across Jamaica. Coming out of that work of philanthropy and giving back and so on, I was instrumental in pulling together a Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance. So I sit as chair of a Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance. And most recently, my other hat is honorary counsel for the Republic of Sierra Leone in Jamaica.
Mm.
So I've been doing quite a bit, and all of it with the aim of making our country better.
So I guess we have to call you Ambo. Although I know you're a very modest person, we, we call
God,
you Ambo. So
what
but
is humble?
I'm ambassador.
Oh, no, 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 absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely not.
right, right, right.
No, but it's important work. The continent of Africa is changing rapidly. And of course, there's an arrangement in place in the sixth region for all of us in the diaspora. And so forging links with Africa, I think, is an important part of changing our global landscape of influence and opportunities. And so that's the core work that I'm trying to do, to make sure that we open space not only in Sierra Leone, but across West Africa, and make sure that there are opportunities that we can create and exploit in helping Jamaicans who are creative and doing a lot of work in creating competitive goods and services, and they need markets. And if we can help those, but if you think about it, Africa is the only place in the world where countries are opening up their arms to welcome us, tell us come. Remember, you live, and in Europe and other places, they're trying to get rid of us. They're not welcoming us. We're fighting to get in. But here are countries in the world, and yes, there are challenges. There are challenges in the US, in Europe, Canada, wherever you go, and there are challenges on the continent of Africa. But in a sense, that's our home. That is our ancestral home.
Well,
And so, forging the links and opening up opportunities, I think, is key for us.
well, before we get into the meat of the matter, um, you mentioned Africa, and so I want to slowly ease into what's going on in Jamaica. Uh, Jamaica has there is an organization called the Africa Union.
Mhm.
Jamaica has a representative to that organization. Uh, have you been in touch with the union or with the Jamaican rep regarding things that you're doing on the continent?
I have actually been working through the ambassador of Sierra Leone, who's assigned to the US, is based in the US and has responsibilities for Jamaica. It's a high commissioner, really, for Sierra Leone for Jamaica, and he's based in Washington, D.C. And so through him, I have been in touch with representatives from AU and others. I have not yet met the Jamaican representative for the African Union.
Okay. Earl Allen, see you come from my place, Kingston 13, Maxfield. Big up yourself. Big up all of the people them down at 51 for me. They know what town. Herb, welcome,
Yes,
sir.
yes,
You
sir.
want
I
with
hear you
the
talking to the doc, and then she mentioned John Jay. I thought you were going to take off like a rocket.
yeah, you see me I almost jump out of my
Yeah.
chair.
Well, well, Doc, you must know our good friend too, Professor Basil Wilson.
Absolutely. Basil
Okay,
was the provost at the time. Yes.
okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes,
He
he
was
sure
one
is.
of my professors, and he was also my soccer coach when I was there.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Small world.
Very small.
Very, very. So, Doc, tell me this. I hear you mention the African Union, and I hear you say that we're Region 6. I noted that we've been having meetings in CARICOM to address CARICOM wide issues like Haiti and like crime and security. When do they plan to ever invite the AU in to examine the situation and to apply? I can think of ECOWAS in the AU that was in really sad shape a decade or more ago, and that they decided to get their act together economically, as well as the law enforcement and the good governance part of it. And ECOWAS seemed to be the more outstanding parts of the AU at this point. Um, what can they teach us? What can the AU teach that the I won't say CARICOM doesn't have the capability, but as a smaller combined state, CARICOM itself has not really issued regulations that are binding on the rest of the Caribbean, especially when it comes to good governance or corruption.
Yes. I must tell you that the ambassador for Sierra Leone in the US, who is as I said, the Jamaican High Commissioner, Sierra Leonean High Commissioner for Jamaica, is also the Secretary General for ECOWAS. This is His Excellency Sadique Abubakar Wai. And so I know, is actively engaged in forging closer relationship with the Caribbean. And I know that there are efforts on foot coming out of the agreement between CARICOM and the AU with respect to forging closer trade relations. The specifics with respect to Haiti is an important detail about what that collaboration can yield. I certainly will express the concern and your question about specifically what is being done. I can't say I know, but I know that he's an awesome ambassador, well known in Washington, well respected in Washington. And therefore, I think if there are openings and opportunities for ECOWAS to collaborate with CARICOM on interventions and initiatives, then he certainly is someone who can do it.
Now, at this stage, we saw the UN ambassador down in, not ambassador, but the head of the UN down in Jamaica. And the speculation is that he is trying to push Jamaica towards a more aggressive posture within Haiti. Now, to see Jamaica struggle to maintain its uprightness, its balance, and to see the US even suggest that we should engage in Haiti. I mean, is there any sanity left amongst these people when they try to do things like that? When in fact Jamaica is still have one foot in the ocean and 1 foot on land and can't seem to get upright?
This matter of the kinds of relationship we ought to have with Haiti is really a troubling one. I must just remind the audience that it's of particular link to the work that I do with Sierra Leone because Jamaicans may know that back in the 1700s when the British was trying to keep us in check and engage in battle with the Maroons,
Hmm.
it was the fear of creating another Haiti in Jamaica that led to Maroons going to Canada, to Nova Scotia, and taking them out of Jamaica to Nova Scotia and then eventually to Sierra Leone, creating Freetown. So that piece of history was triggered by what is happening with Haiti. So all the way back since their revolution, and we know that Jamaicans were part of that, there's a connection and a relationship that has been, let me say, interfered with,
Yep.
um, that perhaps has limited to today our capacity to be more instrumental and helpful and supportive of the Haitian people. So it's a very complex matter. It's something that I share your sentiment that we ought to do more on, both Jamaica and CARICOM together and individually. And it's yet to be seen what we will be able to do. And I think it's very much related to the kinds of issues that we are going to talk about in terms of our own constitutional arrangement and creating a society and creating a state in which Jamaican people are sovereign, and where, if this is the will of the Jamaican people, that we want to do more and we ought to do more for the Haitians, then we have a more direct say.
Now, I'd leave the main topics for Mr. Ratigan to dive into because I know he has a lot of questions in those areas. But to imagine that Haiti was the first amongst us to become
Mhm,
a republic
mhm.
and to actually drive the French out of there, it has created maybe a backlash against them by the US, the UK, and others in the first world, right? How can we in Jamaica change that attitude towards them? We haven't been able to change the attitude towards the Cubans, mark you, right? Cuba is still under sanctions after 50 years or so. So, how can we work towards or get CARICOM on a whole to express to the US that this has to change, that we cannot have any more Cubas or Haiti's uh, Asian issues within the Caribbean? What does Jamaica have to do?
Well, I think at the core is the kind of foreign policy that makes sense for us. I just observed one of the comments in the chat that we need to fix Jamaica first. Jamaica doesn't, fixing Jamaica is not about um, an internal focus only. It cannot be, we were born as part of an international agenda. We have been integrated in the world in a very direct way since its inception. You know, Even the indigenous people, there's evidence of trading and so on with others, and so I don't think that our agenda to fix Jamaica and to make Jamaica sovereign, as is the conversation we're now having in building a republic, is delinked and separate from how we begin to think about our relationship with others, especially our neighbors in Haiti and in CARICOM. And I think it's driven. It has to be driven by a very thoughtful trade policy and foreign policy that is principled and drives and directs the kinds of relationships that we have with our neighbors and others.
Okay. Will, can't hear you.
I was telling you to finish up if you, because I have a couple of questions regarding Haiti.
Oh,
But
okay.
if
Go ahead.
you want to finish with the line of questioning, then that's fine.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, in the past, and the elephant in the room has most definitely been the United States of America, where we reside. The U.S. Has taken advantage of Haiti when we had the Marines there and when we forced the Haitians to hand over monies to the French. We played a big role in that. And then we're seeing in modern day times when we threw Aristide 2 times out of office and sent him packing. And it's been back and forth like a ping pong ball between the Democrats and the Republicans in the treatment of Haiti. In Jamaica's case, most people won't admit this, but we saw a opposition leader, Siaga, backed by the Reagan government, that undermined the Manley government, actively undermined, engaged in treason to get the Manley government out of office, to kill thousands of Jamaicans, because the killing didn't stop in 1980 after they won the election. The killing has continued to this day. In other words, what the way that table was set back then is continued into modern times, right? Us and them, JLP, PNP. If you were holding up Haiti and Jamaica in both hands, the only difference is Haiti has had several earthquakes and hurricanes that has been a setback to them. And now the assassination of their president. Where's Jamaica going in relation to Haiti? And can we, by simply having the best paid prime minister, pull out of this nosedive we seem to be in? Can we ignore what the big boys here in the US wants for the direction of Jamaica and the direction of Haiti?
You know, that's why I made the point earlier, and I'll repeat it, that Jamaica's future is not an inward looking one. We have to look externally. Um, you know, countries across the world have known to engage in activities that destabilizes other countries. Certainly, that has been the speculation, and some have provided some evidence that there are periods of our own history in which we saw that. The history of Haiti and other countries, there is growing evidence that the interference have taken place, continues to take place. Now, it is in this context of a highly competitive global world where there are political and economic and fundamentally economic positioning, where countries are seeking to take advantage and get advantage in our world. So the more countries sell to others, I mean, let me remind everyone that part of the consequence of the way we interacted with the rest of the world was that we bought everything. I mean, during the institution of slavery, we imported everything. Today in 2023, we are still a highly import dependent economy. We've not exported enough to be able to meet our balance of payments. Now, in that context, we have to forge friends, linkages that are mutually beneficial. And that includes all countries of the world. So Jamaicans have a stake in forging a good relationship with the Americans. Most of us live there. I'm talking to both of you, and you're in America. So we have to forge a good relationship with the Americans. But we also have to forge a good relationship with our neighbors. We have a shared historical and cultural relationship that we ought to build on. And that's what regional arrangements does. And we see all kinds of arrangements. The reason the Africa Union as a region in the world has included the sixth region, the diaspora, is because of those cultural and historical ties. And so we have to build on those relationships in which we have mutual benefits and advantages that can be created on behalf of the Jamaican people. And so that's why all of this must be anchored on a sound foreign policy and international trade policy that is principled, that is aligned with the international agreements that we are part of. And it is those principles that will give us and earn us the respect in the world. Remember, Jamaica has a pedigree. It's not just in music and sports and so on. We were the first country in the world to stand up for South Africa, right? We have historical relationships. Very early, when no one was paying China any mind, we had forged a relationship with China, right? And so we have to preserve some of those historical benefits that have positioned us in creating good relationships with countries. Today, China is a powerhouse, but they remember China is a culture that has a long memory. And so I suggest that if we have a principled foreign policy that's transparent, we can't be doing things and the people of Jamaica are confused. We don't know, we don't understand. We don't understand how, on one hand, for example, our foreign minister goes in a meeting, there's an agreement, a CARICOM agreement, and then Jamaica changes its mind. Why? What led to that? What drove that? We all are proud Jamaicans. We don't want to have an international a disagreement in the global landscape. We ought to be one. I remember as a young trade professional, I went to the JLP headquarters and I did a presentation. And I remember leaving that message. I repeated it. I said, whatever party that takes power, JLP, PMP, we need to have one foreign policy with the rest of the world. One foreign policy. Look good. We see Trump has changed in America. Has the foreign policy changed significantly?
Mm-mm.
All right. So this is it. We are up against the rest of the world. We're a small country. So we ought to have a foreign policy that unites us.
Okay.
And whoever takes power, JLP, PMP, or any other P, right? We should be on the same page, forging good relationships with countries across the world that can yield benefits for our people.
All right. Before we move off of the Haitian topic, let me just say, Wayne Evans in the chat, he asked about more lawsuit. Wayne, more lawsuit that come, man. Easy yourself. Watch the ride. Kim Brown, welcome. Pamela Brown, thanks and welcome. Soldier 819 asked about the money for the channel. I think he or she meant the foundation, and I spoke about that several minutes ago. The paperwork has been completed. I've reviewed it, and they will be filed. I've looked at the articles of incorporation and the bylaws, and the only thing remaining now is to file with the IRS to get our tax exempt status. All of these, everything I just mentioned, will take place next week. So a week from today, I'll provide an update. Big up.
Sorry, while you're doing the updates, I'm just at a hotel here, so I need to just respond quickly. So I'll be right back. All
Okay,
right?
sure, no problem.
Right back, yeah.
So let me just say big up and welcome to all of the partner draw students them, all of Andre Stevens' students them. Glad for the support. I see a lot of you in the chat room. And we're gonna talk up the things because we know we're used to that, when we talk things and we talk things straight. We don't come leany. We just expose what we need for expose. So you'll find that the same kind of arrangements will have been made here in the sense that this is not a show where we're gonna be. I mean, we will be diplomatic, but we're not gonna just talk around people. We'll be talking to people. We won't be talking at people are above people or below. We'll be talking directly to people. So again, welcome to all the partner to our students. It looks like I'm becoming a regular fixture over here on a Friday night, and I love it. So glad for the support. Errol Townsend, he mentioned in light of Fix Jamaica First, he mentioned that CARICOM should speak with one voice. Oh, Miss Jones, welcome. CARICOM should speak with one voice, and he's so correct. And in fact, Rosalie just mentioned that you can't have a situation where you go to CARICOM, there's a consensus, and within a few weeks Jamaica changes its position. You can't have that. But here's one of the things I'd like to bring to everyone's attention. This week, Jamaica was visited by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and ostensibly he showed up in Jamaica to talk about. Well, if you look at the headlines, he's talking about culture, a whole thing about culture. And then they say climate crisis. And then they say Haiti. And I think the real reason why he was there was because of Haiti. Because here's what's going on with Haiti now. Canada is not planning to send troops to Haiti. France, no. The US, and I have it here from good sources, the US submitted a resolution in the Security Council to support a deployment. But it says we're not leading. And the US is looking to Canada to lead. And Canada is saying, no, 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 we will provide financial assistance to the Haitian police, but we're not sending our troops there. But yet, we have our prime minister who jumped out front and told members of the military and I believe members of the JCF that they should stand ready. I mean, at least that's what was reported in the newspaper, that they should be ready. And you have to ask yourself the question, if we cannot take care of our little crime problem in Jamaica, well, it's a big crime problem in Jamaica. If we can't take care of that, how are we going to go to Haiti where we don't know the terrain, we don't speak the language, the culture is a little bit different, and those people are well trained and well armed. How are we going to defeat them? But there's a pattern and practice of us, Jamaicans, Jamaica politicians doing this, where we get ourselves involved in things that we really have no business. We punch above our weight, in a lot of things. But sometimes what we need to do is we need to sometimes don't throw that punch, just hold it back until the right moment. Because one of the things that happened is, look, and somebody said that it was done on a rotating basis, but we had the Minister of National Security, Minister Dr. Horace. He just found this out. The one time he traveled out of the country, I said within the last several years, he went to St. Lucia. And he went to St. Lucia. Why? He went there, I think it was this year. He went there. I think it was in March. He went there. And he went there because he's in charge of coordinating all the different organizations fighting crime in CARICOM. And he said to yourself, oh, wait a minute, hold on. This man can't fight crime in his own community, in his own country. But we put him on this pedestal for fight crime in the Caribbean. Jamaica, we have to get serious about them things. Dance yard before you dance abroad. We're not ready for Haiti to go over there and lead a delegation and start, doing law enforcement work. We're just not ready for that. And so what it seems to me that this gentleman is in Jamaica doing is trying to get Jamaica to commit to going there. Because when you read some of the readouts of his meetings, it's all about Haiti. They do a little piece on culture, and but it's like a camouflage. They do a little piece on culture and then say, yeah, we love the music and the food and blah blah blah, and then they do a little piece on environment. Jamaica needs to clean up its own environment. If you don't believe me, looking at the Kingston Harbor. Just go looking at the Kingston Harbor and see what flow in the Kingston Harbor. Just that one example. Or go down a Riverton. We used to live across the street from Riverton. And Riverton hasn't changed, even though I left a long time. When I go to Jamaica, I pass down that side on Spanish Town Road. It hasn't changed. So, I mean, we have to do something, but not this. Not get involved like Rosalia said, not get involved in other people's business, or as the gentleman said that, CARICOM, we need to speak in unison if we're going to deal with this issue as far as CARICOM is concerned. But I don't think Jamaica should go it alone or go first. We need to get we need to get everybody sitting at the table: the Canadians, the French, the Americans, and the 14 or 15 countries in the Caribbean in CARICOM, and then decide how we're going to do it. But this idea that you jump out front, that again is just another shiny object. It's like, hey, look over here, and then you're not looking over here as to what's going on. But having said that, Rosalia, talk to us now about what's going on with this salary hike. Everybody wants to know what's going on with the salary hike, and you are intimately observing, commenting, researching on what is going on. So, can you just give us a primer? Pretend as if we don't know anything about this, and just lead us into it, please.
All right. So the context for all of this is that for decades, there's been talk about public sector reform, right? And there's been a lot of moves in that direction. Documents have been created and so on. And at the heart of it had to do with just streamlining compensation, benefits, and so on for the public sector. The issues of performance, of course, is part of it. But the most contentious is this matter of pay. And one of the things, and I want to say to the credit of the Minister of Finance, he took the bull by the horn. I mean, successive administration has kind of kicked the can down the road. And he said, listen, there are over 300 staff categories that had to be streamlined for more efficiency and simplicity. What he found and what he told the nation is that, there are classes of categories of employees doing pretty much the same thing, but they're labeled differently. They're in a different class and they're getting different pay. And so it's not fair. We're effectively doing the same job, but because I'm working in this ministry or, I'm getting paid differently. So he wanted to streamline all of that. And I think the credit is due for taking on a Herculean task. I think the challenges started by the way in which we took on that task. Because during the negotiations, the country woke up to hearing that, some announcements were made by the minister. And the union say, hello, you leave us out of those discussions. The unions were saying, hey, you have these experts and you're getting all this technical advice, and then you just come in to tell us that this is what's happening. And so the union said, you have to come back to the negotiating table. And that's happened along the way. And of course, Jamaicans would have heard that throughout the process, the union members were restive and so on and so on. The whole thing came to a head earlier this year when the negotiations were pretty much done and decisions had to be made before the budget deadline. And if you would have seen our press release, we referred to the fact that the unions were pretty much cowed into taking a settlement wherever they were in the negotiation, accepting something that the members didn't really like. And in one case, we saw even the head of the teachers union was a little uncomfortable. In fact, she didn't even sign. She asked somebody else to sign, her apparently the president in waiting. And they accepted this package. And at the time, part of the conversation that took place in Jamaica, including among the private sector, they were saying that, the government and all of us, by extension, because taxpayers' money, go and pay all of this, right? Can't do any more because of the fragile economic situation. And you don't want to disrupt the trajectory that we're on, because the minister keeps telling us that we're on this good trajectory. We're coming out. He said it just this week. Jamaica is the only country that has come out of COVID that is able to provide this kind of benefits to the public sector. So everybody was shocked. I mean, I have to tell you, when I heard it first, I thought it was fake news. I just said to myself, all it is, Jamaicans, people like yourself, who just trying to tear down the government, right? Joke.
Rosalia, can I just interrupt you for a brief second? You mentioned that the minister said that Jamaica is the only country that got out of COVID and doing well enough that they can afford to pay these salaries. Right.
Yes,
But
yes,
I'm reading something here that says Jamaica, along with Canada, is co-chair of something called a Group of Friends on Financing for Development, and that this group is um, the focus is on managing debt and access technology and finance at affordable rates. And it says this has been a major issue for Caribbean nations, which had their tourism dependent economies hit hard by the COVID 19 pandemic and as a result forced to take on more debt. Now, Jamaica took on debt since COVID.
yeah.
They took on debt during COVID, they took on debt after COVID or after 2020. Now, if you're taking on debt, I mean, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but it just seemed to me that if you're taking on debt, then what, what would,
Well, I must say, when I heard it, I thought, wow, the fact, he said it very clear. It was an interview with Emily, no, sorry, Dion Jackson Miller,
Mhm.
all angles, and she made a point. The question was posed, about just our capacity to pay, and he said, we were the only country that can. So he actually said that. Now, some of this, again, the public sector has a lot of information. Some of it, is made available. I can't assess the veracity of that statement. I don't have the data yet. When it's become available, we can all look at it, to extent to which, and everybody's questioning the extent to which the minister may have information that we don't have, that makes him conclude that we can comfortably pay this. Nonetheless, whether that's his agreement or not, the issue for all of us who are paying this money, our tax dollars is going to pay, is whether we're getting um, our the best spend for our money. Is that the best place to spend the money? When we look at the conditions of our kids, when we look at housing conditions, landlessness, there are lots of issues, crime, right? I shout with crime because it's crippling us, right? We have to ask, is this the best spend? So, the reality is that, if we earn enough money, and that is why part of this conversation now is about, how are you pegging these salaries for the political directorate? What is the performance indicator and criteria?
Mhm.
And if in fact you had indicators that were pegged, for example, to the well-being of Jamaicans, the living standards, and that Jamaica over the last few years have doubled its living standards, then that could be a basis on which we say, yes, the people in charge of the country would have contributed to that, so they deserve a doubling, say. But when we compare those salaries to others across the region, we're seeing that Jamaica is way out of whack with other countries in the world. And so it has started a very painful discussion, I have to tell you, because it raises issue of just the morality of the choices, the decision. In fact, the churches came out with a press release, and that was what was on the table. This is immoral. And it was said in the context of an already wide gap, income gap that exists in Jamaica. Jamaicans should note that back in 2019, the World Bank data that was provided, that we all have access to, showed that the inequality in Jamaica was worse than in Haiti. So anybody knows anything about Haiti, there's a massive inequality there. So there's a period, and the data, if updated, may still show, right, that there are gaps in inequality that rival, if not are greater than, in Haiti. So we live here and we know, we see it, we feel it. The income gap is huge. So when you provide significant increases to people at the top of their professions, we're hearing about 200, 300% increases in income. And you see the same for the public sector, for those in the political directorate, for those at the highest end, comparable in terms of numbers, 20, 200%, 300%. You're hearing those numbers. You have to ask your question, what motivates a government to just be able to justify those in the context of the existing income gap and the levels of poverty that we've seen, especially coming out of COVID. Let me say this quickly. It's important to say that for many years, Jamaicans have always been skeptical of paying our representatives well. And it is true to say that the current pay is not adequate. And I think there are very few Jamaicans who will argue that the politicians don't deserve a raise of pay. I think most people are outraged at the scale, the size of that pay. So we can debate what it should be, And at minimum, we maintain in the Advocates Network that we should be looking at something close to 20%, which is the average pretty much that the public servants got, right? This was the minister's own statement at closing the budget debate. He said that about 75% of the public officials have earned in the ballpark of 20%, right? And so, of course, there's some who got much more, but on average, that was what the minister said, right? And therefore, we're saying, just good conscience and morality and decency and empathy with the Jamaican people who's struggling to go to the supermarket. And I was telling you earlier, I personally had the experience putting back things in the supermarket. Because when I saw the bill, I couldn't believe it. I said, what? I have to put back. Daily, women are going to the supermarket to try to find food for their family. I have to put back because they can't afford it when they see the bill. And in that context, our government is trying to justify. It is unconscionable and not justifiable. So the size of the increase is the major thing. Now, coupled with that, there is the question of the promises that have been made to the Jamaican people about transparency and accountability, right? And so the Jamaicans have, let me take you all the way back to 1990, when a Stone Committee report was established that provided a comprehensive accountability framework for elected parliamentarians.
You're talking about Dr. Carl Stone.
Dr. Carl Stone brought his colleagues together and made, and a lot of the issues there are still on the table. One of the things that he put on the table is the matter of recall. So let me back up a little now. One of the justifications that we heard from the government is that in order to be able to attract people comparable to the public sector, private sector, because a lot of the good skills are in the private sector. That's what he was making that point, that you want to be able to give them comparable salaries. No, the comparability stops there on salary, because if you cannot perform in the private sector, you'll be fired. What is the capacity? Where is the capacity for the Jamaican people to fire unperforming politicians? Right? Now, Carl Stone put recall on the table all the way back in 1991 in that report. The Prime Minister himself in 2017, when campaigning, right, for elections, said within the first 100 days he was going to put impeachment proceedings in Parliament to root out corruption and ensure that there's integrity among parliamentarians. We have seen no impeachment bill tabled. 1 year later, he warned his cabinet ministers that he was going to give them 6 months to prove that they deserve to keep their jobs. And he said job descriptions would be prepared. To date, we've seen no job description. In fact, all the way back in 20, when we were doing the Vision 2030, right? 2009, there was a promise to have a code of conduct for parliamentarians, right? Those are all the promises we've had. And today, nothing. And yesterday, the Prime Minister came to the country and said, guess what? We have a series of accountability measures that are already in place, and we will make that available shortly, soonest. That's what he said. And he pretty much said, well, maybe we should have put it up first because it is reasonably, he conceded, it is reasonable for us to be demanding those performance indicators, right? The Advocates Network came out very early. We said, listen, we want to see what we're paying for. What's the job description? And what are the performance indicators? I say to Jamaicans, it's like you hire somebody to run your business, and they're running the business into bankruptcy. They're not doing a very good job in running the business. And then they get up one morning and say, you know what happened? I want to triple and quadruple my salary. And you, the owner of that business, pretty much must accept that. That's where we are. And Jamaicans in the Advocate Network and others are saying, enough is enough. This is not acceptable. And I say to Jamaicans who are hearing this, and especially to Jamaicans in the diaspora, because you have friends living here, this is a moment in our history where the problem is not simply what our elected officials do. It is what we do. And if we do nothing, this situation will get worse, where our representatives have unfettered access to our resources and they do what they will.
Okay. Well, again, let me big up all of the partner draw students them coming over. Big up everybody, whether you're partner draw students or not partner draw students, or whether you're just tuning because you're curious, or you've heard some of the messages before and you want to hear a fulsome discussion concerning some of the ones that we're raising today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, uh, Millicent Spence, she said, there's no accounting of donor funds and loans, and I completely agree with you. We haven't seen much of that. And that's one of the things that we're going to be looking at. Somebody mentioned the violence prevention gifts that Jamaica has received. That we just got a gift this week from the UK. We had a big one from Vice President Kamala Harris last year, and we see nothing. We see nothing as far as those funds are concerned. So we're curious. So we're going to be looking into those things. Somebody, Ferguson, asked about I should check on dollars on money. I'm not sure if he's talking about the foundation, because if he's talking about the foundation, the way it's going to set up is that it's going to be run not by diasporan members. We will not touch a dime of that money. It's going to be run by an accounting firm like a KPMG or Arthur Anderson. We're not sure yet, but we'll keep you apprised. But I don't want to be involved with touching any of that money, because that money is for us meaning Jamaicans living abroad and at home, to address the shortcomings of the government. Not only this government, but any and every government. We want to make that absolutely clear, that we're not partisan. We're about people and policies. So somebody said, should I say, after your speech, somebody said, should I say Radam? Because everything that you say is just right on point. They should Radam the Prime Minister. But talk to us about, because you and I had a discussion earlier, and you were talking about putting the cart before, not even the horse, the donkey, in terms of the performance evaluation and the promises and so on and so forth. Talk to us a little bit about that. What are your feelings about how it should be? Because you just touched a piece of it when you said the Prime Minister mentioned yesterday that he has these performance evaluation points, and so he's going to utilize them.
Well, we take the view that map the thing backwards, I mean, the bottom line is this, that you can't put the cart before the horse. Tell us the performance clarify for us what performance indicators have been met and then tell you about the salary increase. You can't go with salary increase first and then talk about performance. And it seems to be in reaction to our advocacy and the advocacy of the Jamaican people who are now outraged. And the question is, if you had those indicators, you said they have them already, why did you not use them? Did you use them? And if you did, to make these assessments that warrants the size of the increase, then let us know, share with us.
Well, I tell you what, back in 2016, several promises were made. And I mean, I've heard them, and there's a video actually of all of them. I won't play the video and I won't discuss every single one of them. I'll just discuss one. He made a promise, he meaning the Prime Minister, made a promise that he would they would table legislation regarding the tenure of the Prime Minister, right? Term limits within 100 days. And he was here last year. He made that in 2016. He was here last year when he came up with the police commissioner to meet with U.S. law enforcement officials. And there was a town hall meeting hosted by Ambassador Audrey Marks. And the question was asked of him, Mr. Prime Minister, you promised us term limits back in 2016. And here we are, 2022. And by the way, when you promised us, you said within the first 100 days. And here we are in 2022, and we still haven't seen that piece of legislation. What gives? And his answer was, and I'll never forget it, his answer was, well, in 2016, term limits legislation, that was in our manifesto. It wasn't in the 2020 manifesto. So, and it was unfortunate that Ambassador Audrey Marks, she tried to protect him. I understand he's our boss, but at least he's with family members. He's not with strangers. And we should be able to speak to him frankly, right? And get honest answers from him. But she didn't allow us to follow up with the questions and the question was asked by my good friend Jeffrey Tavares from Make We Talk and Roots FM. One of the things we wanted to ask him was, why was it important then for it to be on the 2016 in the 2016 manifesto, but not in the 2020 manifesto? What changed between your announcement and now? What something changed because you promised that this is what you would, and people say yeah, and nothing, and that was just one of the many promises that he made, and nothing happened.
The same,
go ahead.
yeah, the same was true for the impeachment bill. It was in the, I think, 2017 manifesto, but it wasn't in the last manifesto. So it's not clear why. But importantly, what is at stake is the Jamaican people. Here we have a prime minister during that first term when he took office, made a campaign promise to give us the right, 100, that was in the draft legislation, 1,000 electors would have the option to sign a document, a petition or whatever the form is in the regulation, to start the impeachment procedures. And of course, it would go to trial. So even if people try to falsely accuse people, there's due process. And so that which the Prime Minister said would enhance integrity in Parliament didn't happen. And the Jamaican people didn't demand that. And I'm saying we are at another juncture where our Prime Minister has said yesterday that he has accountability measures. They are already in place and he will give it to us soonest. He didn't say Monday morning. He said soonest.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to ask the Prime Minister when we're going to demand that we want it immediately. You have it already, give it to us.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to turn up every day for 2 hours during lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to demand that we get to see those accountability measures, that we roll back this pay arrangement, at least in line with the average public servant today, right? Which is the 20%, at least that minimum, right? And make sure that anything above or below or beyond that is linked to the performance indicators. So when you've satisfied us that you've given us the performance indicators, we have job descriptions in place because we know what job they're supposed to do. Now think about it, to go back to my analogy where you hire somebody to give your work. And the person don't have any job description.
Right. Right.
How can we ask somebody to run the country we love if we see ourselves as owners of Jamaica? Right? We are the owners. And we ask you to run the country on our behalf. And the only way you get to run it is if we elect you.
Yeah, that's not that's crazy.
Right?
Hold
And
on a
so the
second, caller.
problem is us. We have to take responsibility and hold our elected officials accountable.
Hold on one second. We have a call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm calling from Canada. Tell me something. I hear you're talking about something with the diaspora where you can give $100. I don't know if you see my number come that you could send me a full information that I can do because I'm interested in doing that.
Okay, we spoke about it more than an hour ago, but essentially, here's what's going on. It hasn't been.
Mm,
It's not formal yet. What happened is that we have a draft of the bylaws and the articles of incorporation,
okay.
and I made some changes on them, and they are going to be filed next week along with the document to the IRS for tax exempt status. So I'll have an update next week Saturday, but suffice it to say that the documents have been drafted and they will be filed.
Okay.
They will be filed next week. So hold on for your $100. Maybe by the time we get it done, in a week or two, you'll have 200. All right.
Man, I'm interested I'm a proud of you, the work you're doing.
Thank you very much,
And
sir.
this 200 increase that this prime minister is to me is a murderer.
Well,
Number one, to me look on him, he's a murderer.
all right.
Man, because I talked to a teacher this morning from Jamaica that I know, and
Yes.
she says she's trying to finish her house and she can't do nothing on it. I'm even thinking if I can even try and help her
Yeah.
to do
Yeah.
something. Because if you go there and see those dudes, and she's a teacher, university graduate.
Yeah. Things rough. Things rough. But let me ask you this: do you have a
And
question
you
for?
know, like Demon said, this prime minister, I was listening to Demon Crawford, he can save 100,000 and live off of the rest. And every year he buy a new car.
Right.
He can save 100 million and live off of the rest.
Well,
I
most
mean,
people will be
because
able. Most people will be able to
you're
do
taking
that.
28 million, so you just live off of 8 million for the month and put on the other 20 every month, every year for 5 years. You have 100 million
Yeah,
if
that's true.
if you want to be a prime minister for 5 years.
But let me ask you this: do you have a question for Rosalia or for Herb or me?
No, it's just you I'm talking to because
Oh,
I'm
okay.
very
You just want to find
interested
out about
in the way
about
you're
the
doing things.
foundation. Okay, all right. Well, tune in next week Saturday, and I should have more information from you. Hopefully by next week I'll have a firm date. As of right now, the only thing I can tell you is that the documents will be filed next week.
Yeah, and I'm listening to the lady, and she's giving some good analysis. She's talking upright. I
Then, brethren,
enjoy
you
her
think you're gonna
listening.
bring on idiot people around here, so of course you're gonna get good at man.
No, man, you're a done man, because yeah, man. I
All
listen
right.
to a man in the wilderness. Man, the man in the wilderness, been up to I think Thursday, me and him talk.
Okay, okay. Yeah, me out there on the program tomorrow. So big up yourself and we talk
Uh,
soon. All right?
yeah, man, we give thanks.
All right. Yeah.
Mm.
Before I turn it over to her, I have to ask you this question. What do you make of the opposition leader and the opposition party as far as this is concerned?
Very disappointed in the leader of the opposition statement that he's going to give away 80% of the funding. The Jamaican people don't want handout. The Jamaican people want an opportunity to live with respect and dignity, and to earn income on their own terms. This handout culture is not good, and it just feeds into this idea that somehow our elected officials set themselves up as our deliverers, and that, create this dependency, right? And part of the paralysis in the society is that, because people feel obliged or obligated, because boy, the politician help them every now and then, them can go to them and get a help, so them no want to talk nothing against them, even when it's not in their interest.
Mm-hmm.
So I am very disappointed in that response, because the idea that you control the money and then you will hand it out to who? You're likely to hand it out to people who support you politically,
Well,
especially in the context of an election.
well,
That is just not acceptable.
right. I promise Herbie to come on, but let me just add this, and then Herb, the floor is yours, sir. I was disappointed, because I am still disappointed, because I thought what he should have done is to make a statement saying, we will have no part of this. We don't want the money. If you're gonna give us the money, then tell you what, give it to the government workers. All the money that you give
Absolutely,
to us, give it to
absolutely.
them, because they
Yes,
deserve it. And
yes,
and first of all, you were saying you didn't have any money, and you give them what, 3 to 15% or whatever, and then you give yourself 200%. We don't
right.
want it. We think that those people are more in need than all of us. So what we suggest you do is the government workers take that money, and you can apportion it, and you can give it to them. We're going to refuse the salary. But the moment you start saying, well, I'm going to take 20% and I'm going to give it to charity and other deserving efforts, it to me, no, no.
It feeds into this idea that, you remember, they have $20 million as part of the Constituency Development Fund, right? And although the arrangement is that you must do a constituency development plan, and you must do a budget, and make transparent, and the citizens must participate, and so on and so on, there are several MPs that simply do their own thing,
Right.
right? And so that's just a feeding trough for handout and giveaways. And I want to say, with all due respect to some MPs who I know put the money to good use on behalf of their constituents, the fact is that we ought to make the institutions that are set up to solve the problems at the level of the communities work.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of that money is going into education, it's going into fixing roads, it's going into all of these things that we have ministries, and we're paying billions of dollars every year, and they're not working, they're not doing what they ought to do.
Look, Herb, I lied, because this conversation has sweet me so much that I have to draft that document here. And we've been saying you get what you pay for, right? And in
Yeah.
fact, I think the Prime Minister made reference to that. No, in October 24th of 2021, MP Lisa Hanna composed an article for the Jamaica Observer, and it's called "You Get What You Pay For." And here is something that she said, right? She said that, okay, here it is. She said, objectively, MPs are required to perform and be skilled in several roles and functions as human resource director, life coach and counselor, project manager, negotiator, sports coordinator, investment promoter, infrastructure developer, social development coordinator, undertaker, public speaker, legal draftsman, and national planner. She said these are all the things that the politicians are doing. And so then she's making the argument that they should get more money. And nobody's saying that they shouldn't. But as you said before, it's the scale, and it's also the suddenness. It's like it's not in increments, like build up along with a performance plan. And at the end of the article, she said, she said, if we truly seek to move our country forward, demanding more from our elected officials and top civil servants, we must realize that we cannot attract the best talent on the present salary scale, and we need a new approach. We could start by requiring minimum entry requirements with performance linked salaries that are commensurate with market conditions and the expectations of the job. Now, there you have it. she's saying, look, she's arguing for a raise, but she's saying, look, we have to have some standards. We can't just have people come in. Look at this gentleman. Nothing against people who is not formally trained, because that's not the only way to be educated. That's just the formal way, but you can
Right.
be educated informally. But the gentleman who has no CXCs, and he's sitting in parliament, and now he's going to be collecting, I don't know, 18, 20, whatever the number is.
And importantly, cannot tell the Jamaican people that he was not the man on the video. That is an outrage. An outrage. All you have to do is say to Jamaicans, listen, I have been falsely accused. It is not me. I did not do it. What is so hard about that? And we are now going to turn around and pay him how much $1 million? $20 million? It
And
is
let
an
me,
outrage.
and let me just say, Mark Golden, I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. I've met him, I've sat down with him. He's a bright, knowledgeable, talented gentleman. But on this one, on this issue, what I'm saying does not besmirch his character at all. All I'm saying is that this one act, I think, is a poor decision. I just think that just saying that he will take the 20% and give away the 80%. I'm saying what he should say is that I'm not taking any of this. Give it to the civil servants, because they actually need it. Look, without the civil servants, Jamaica is not Jamaica.
And and put it this way, if it wasn't for the civil service restructuring, that raise would not have come up the way it did. So the raise up is directly linked. The amount that he got is directly linked because they pegged it all using all these formulas and so on. But the bottom line is, you're right. There should have been a wholesale saying to the minister, listen, you see all of this? Even when Julian said on reflection he felt it was too much and so on, having misspoken in Parliament, right? They all should have come and said, listen, you see this amount? We feel the nurses and the doctors and the teachers and the police, all of them deserve it. Give to them.
Right. And like the gentleman, I think Foundation just said, Mark fumbled on this issue. It
Yes.
doesn't take away how I feel about him as a person and as a politician, as a lawyer. It doesn't affect it one bit. All I'm saying is that for this one issue, he fumbled. He shouldn't have accepted it at all.
It's
Oh,
very, very disappointing.
the other thing too is that, and I raised this point last night, as a leader, it sends the wrong message, because there are people within the opposition who want to take the full amount. There are people who have expressed that opinion that, no, we want the full amount. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. Can you imagine a party being led by Edward Siaga in his heyday, that people stepping out of line? Can you imagine a Michael Manley in his heyday, people stepping out of line? When the party leader speaks, he speaks for the entire party.
Yeah.
Because there's consensus.
Right. And that's important, the extent to which you can forge consensus. Because here's the thing. Not everybody is equally able. Everybody brings their own financial story to the table. But I think it's not just capacity to live off a 20% versus the full amount.
Right.
But importantly, the principle, the idea that you are taking money and going to give it away to people.
Exactly. Hold on one second. Herb, again, I'm still lying to Herb. We have a call from Jamaica. Caller, go ahead, please.
Sound like the PM now.
Turn on the device. Whatever you're listening to, turn it down.
And listening audience. I just want to say, I was discussing with a friend of mine today the whole concept of Mark Golden with just saying he's taking 80%. And the person was saying why he didn't respond that way when the announcement was made by Nigel Clark. So I was saying that, yeah, the response was late, but nonetheless, I won't kill, because guess what now? We want them to answer, or we expect them to answer. Sometimes we just have to give people a chance to regroup and come back with the most political correct answer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, though he alluded that he'll take 20% and give away 80%, I don't see it as it being handout or a feeding trough. No. Probably he could have been more specific in saying he's going to donate it to specific hospitals. Probably that would have been a more political correct answer. But I just want to say, as I'm an educator, and trust me, I work extremely hard. And I do extracurricular activities, and I'm just given 1,500 as bus fare to take out the treatment, which I think is an insult. So, and I am expected to write my lesson plans, attend school on time, leave at a specific time. So there are rules that I have to obey, and I have to be confined to what is expected of me. Now, as it relates to the increase, we can't just wantonly benefit ourselves and those, and like giving the PNP the same amount just to keep them happy and quiet and on your side. No. Just like me, I have a job description, and I am appraised based, an appraisal is done based on my what my job description says.
Okay.
No. Yes. So I'm asking the question now. What is the job description? Does any one of our leaders have any job description? And are they appraised? Because they ought to, I know that appraisal is for promotion and probably to an extent your salary, what you will receive. So job description must be pegged with appraisal.
All right.
And so we need to see a clear, concise appraisal document.
Well, I tell you what, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but here's the question was asked and answered by Rosalie already. But for your benefit, I'll have her explain to you about the performance evaluation again, because she had mentioned that. Well, I don't want to answer for her. Rosalie, the question is, what are the job? What's the job description?
Well, I think that we have to think about.
Caller, thank you for your call, and just listen to the answer. All right. Continue to support the program. Yeah.
Can I speak to you off air? Probably not now, but
Come back on this number at about 6:30. 5:30 your time. 5:30 your time.
All right.
Okay.
All right. 5:30. All right. Cool.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I think we have to remember that in our democracy, we elect our representatives to go to parliament to make law. And that's their primary responsibility, to make law. Some people are part of the executive, and in that capacity, they actually shape policy. They provide the kinds of information that the legislator ultimately vote on, right? And they execute these policies. So they provide the technical information, shape the policy that informs the legal process, the legislative process, laws are created, and then the execution takes place. Now, in the process, the $6 million question is, who guarding the guard? So, right, who are guard the guard, right? So we give them our taxes, they shape the policy, and then the question is, where's the oversight? That the law has been executed as the legislators, our representatives plan, and B, that the spending was done in a way consistent with what the law says. So it is that kind of absence of the oversight that is the problem. That the majority of the people we elect turn up in the executive, that is the people who are shaping the policy and executing the policy, right? And they dominate the legislative process, And so they shape in law too. So the legislative agenda is shaped by the cabinet, and everybody falls in line and simply, right? Now, it is that piece that we have to be a little more careful, because the opportunity that's the legal framework in which our legislators, those who are not in the executive, the non-executive legislature, provide adequate oversight to make sure that the policy is complied, the law is complied with, as well as the funding and the spending of our money. Remember, let me remind the audience, the estimate is about 100 billion Jamaican dollars that we can't account for due to corruption on an annual basis. That's the figure, that's the estimate we have. 100 billion Jamaican dollars we estimate is unaccountable for due to corruption. Now, if we are serious about fixing that, we have to ensure that we have adequate oversight. And the oversight is not from the executive agencies, the Auditor General and so on. They're doing their job. They produce these reports, right? We know our Integrity Commission and so on. They're doing their job. Yeah, we can argue about how well they do it, but they produce these reports. The problem is that these reports go to Parliament. They may turn up in these subcommittees, the committees of Parliament, the parliamentary committees, and we rarely see these reports and these issues going to the floor of Parliament for a vote, because of the kind of rubber stamping arrangement in which we have, where the executive dominates, and it is their actions ultimately that count. Remember, and this is why all of this is important for our constitutional arrangement, because right now our prime minister has the power to put everybody in the cabinet. Mm-hmm. Every elected official in the JLP can be in the cabinet. There are no limits. The more you have people in the in executive people, people who are actually doing work in the ministries and so on, whether it's junior minister or what have you, right? It's the more you dominate the people who are not running those ministries, right? And therefore you thwart the kind of scrutiny that our representatives give. So that needs to be fixed. We have to change the composition of the House of Representatives, which is with respect to the number of executive relative to the non-executive legislators. That's one thing. The other side of the coin, though, is not just what our representatives do. What about us? The whole point and the whole discussion about people's sovereignty, right? And making sure that the voice of the people is heard, right? That ought to represent itself in mechanisms in which the Jamaican people can intervene in this process, in this parliamentary process, and be able to speak, to be able to say things. That is the right to petition our parliamentarians to say, hey, we don't like, for example, in this whole idea of the pay increases, right? So right now we have to hold demonstration, we have to go to social media, we have to just make our voice heard, however, right? But we ought to have institutionalize a mechanism in which we can write a petition and say we want to have a discussion, we want to have a hearing on this matter of the pay increases, and we submit a document, and we go and we turn up and we make an argument. Let me tell you how important this is. When you dominate the legislative process with the perspectives of the executive, whose work is done by technical people, and the technicians throughout the ministries guide these ministers. Remember that, the minister, this is why the ministers may not have a lot of qualifications, but they get good technical advice. The data tells us that the best tertiary educated people in the country are in the public sector. All right. Now, so they get all of this good technical advice, and the decisions are very aggregative. They're high level. There's a generalization. What it does is it misses the decisions we're making, misses the details of what is happening in your community. Mm. We don't have the experiential, lived experience. So we want to be able to say to the man in Waterhouse who trying to make a living out of furniture, right? And him having problems selling him furniture, that the policy that they have, which is very, remember, none of these technicians go into every single community to understand what's happening. But he can say, hey, you see this policy you have, this is how it affected me. I think we're gonna have to change it, because if the objective is to fix the Jamaican people up, then the Jamaican people's voice has to be heard. And we need mechanisms in place where we can share our experiences and we can say, hey, this policy is not working. This is what is happening. If you listen to the debate now that's happening, you're hearing the teachers say, listen, I hear what you do with all of this high level simplification. We now have like 4 categories is simplified. So at that technical level, the ideas and the approach may make sense. But when it is drilled down now to how people experience it, is a different experience. And people are saying, I don't see no raise of pay.
Yes.
I don't get no raise of pay. Some people say them worse off because they don't have to pay more taxes,
Yeah.
right? And so on. So therefore, the more you give people who have a different experience than what is intended an opportunity to go to Parliament, make their voice heard, talk to their representatives, the better. And so my
Okay.
last point, therefore, is people's opportunities through petitioning, or, for example, through mechanisms like participatory budgeting, where we can now say, here's a piece of the budget, this is how we think it should spend. It's our money, right?
Mhm.
Right. Those mechanisms are important to strengthen our democracy and to make the Jamaican people feel, yes, I'm a part of the system. The system has space for me. It opens up space for me. Remember, we come in from a governmental arrangement, a constitutional arrangement that locked out the voices of the majority of the people. We
Right.
were slaves and ex-slaves after slavery done, right?
Let me
So
just let me
there's
just
no room for us.
Let,
So
let, let
now
me
we
let,
wait.
let
hold on
me
one second. Let me just, some people asking about the calling number. It's 667-369-8569. Looks like Kevin is in with us. Kevin, if you can put that number up for me, please, at the bottom of the screen. Again, the number is 667-369-8569. Her.
yeah, Dr. Hamilton, uh, transparency and accountability. You echoed that early on. Okay, you have a prime minister whose declarations, financial declarations, for the last couple of submissions has never been accepted by the Integrity Commission. Am I correct?
Repeat that.
The declarations by the Prime Minister, financial declarations, is still not been accepted the last 2 times he submitted them.
Right. We're still waiting for that.
He's still
Yes.
waiting for that. So you have a Prime Minister whose history lacks accountability, who has no transparency to what he's doing, right? When asked about the money that he got to purchase his home, he talked about, you know, SSL and other places that he went and got this loan. But still, when you do the figures, it just didn't add up, right? Reports came out that he and his sons have this company down in St. Lucia. And this Robert Garvin has played a role with that St. Lucian company because he was the one who made the purchase of the land in Beverly Hills. Now, when you have these questions pop up, and then we see with the SSL situation, FSC investigated them. The report went over to Mr. Clark, and mysteriously, the Prime Minister, he didn't just withdraw his money from SSL. He shut his account down completely. So, and then Mr. Clark denied he ever got the report. Now, this lack of transparency I'm pointing out and forthrightness, how can the people of Jamaica remain dormant and trusting of this government especially now that they spring this other surprise saying that we are not on parity with the Caribbean, and here's what we got to do to be on parity. This is not parity, this is an outlier. I mean, they're so far out there, it's ridiculous. What are your thoughts on the fact that there's no trustworthiness, that there's too many questions pending about the prime minister and about the actions of Mr. Clark when it came to the SSL saga and the report that he said he never received, then he mysteriously received it, and then it turns out it was around the same time that the prime minister shut his account down. I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Is this something that we should accept at face value, or we really seriously need to question this man's ability to lead?
Well, I think we have to, but it's part of our obligation and our responsibility as citizens to seek transparency and accountability. It's our job, ultimately, in two ways. We elect people to act on our behalf. We have to hold them accountable. It's not enough to just vote our representatives at election time and then we sit back, fold our hands, and wait for them to deliver. It doesn't work that way. And increasingly, the ideas of strengthening democracy is about creating more opportunities for citizen participation, right? And so the more citizens actively participate, the more they have opportunities for their voices to be heard, the more we can trust the people who represent us. But then there's another component, and Jamaicans are going to experience just one form of this idea of direct democracy, where our voice can be heard directly in shaping law. We have that opportunity every so often when we do elections, right? That whatever we decide is the law. There's nobody telling us that that's wrong, right? Wrong or right, we decide it goes. That's what happens in a referendum. So in a referendum, first time since independence, the Jamaican people will experience what it means for us to tell our government what we want. So if we want to leave the constitutional monarchical arrangement we have with the king as head of state, we'll have an opportunity to vote on that. But as you know, in this conversation, we're saying that's not enough. Is wanting to get rid of the king, but we also have to get rid of this new arrangement in which the people who represent us seem to behave as if they are king. And we see it in terms of the way in which the law seems to only apply to some people. We saw it during COVID, right? The people who were arrested and rounded up came from one strata of the society. And we could see live breaches of the COVID Act and other people, the Disaster Risk Management Act. And we see in that other. So it is that how, in terms of equality before the law, in terms of arrangements that are put in place that will represent our people, that will ensure that our voices are heard. This is what matters. And it is then that you begin to rebuild trust. I would even say rebuild, because the truth is, given our history, we've never trusted the government. Mm-hmm. Because the government was always seen as part of the oppressing class. That's the story right up to independence. And the first opening we had at independence is finally we're getting rid of the British, the oppressive arrangement. We're now putting an arrangement in place for us to be able to have a say. And we have tried. It was tried in the 70s. We talked about people power. We talked about a lot of things, and it never quite gelled. And where we are today is where we are today. Now, we can look back and complain, but that's not where we are now. We have to look forward. And I think the lens we ought to use in looking forward is, given the march of history, given where we're coming from, can we shape a republic? Can we put constitutional arrangements in place that can truly make the Jamaican people sovereign? The minister, with one point, Yeah, 1 point. Minister with Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Malahu Fort, in her last public consultation in Mandeville, made this point. She said, a young lady asked, what do you envision for this new republic? And she said, the redistribution of power within the state and government. Now, I can't say I know exactly what she means in terms of how we achieve that, but she's pointing in the right direction. It's about shifting some of that power to the hands of the people, the Jamaican people. And it is when we say we want a direct say. We want a direct say through petitioning arrangements. We set up hearings. We get there to go and we talk and we present arguments. That's what we want. And we also want to be able to say, you see this budget, you see this money me worked hard for? I want an arrangement in place where I can tell the Minister of Finance how I want that spent. And I can tell you right now, we are in one of the most volatile communities in Jamaica, right? Salt Spring, very contentious, very problematic, right? And right now they're sitting down, working through arrangements to put a pool of funds, which we're able to provide. And we're hoping to provide, actually, we're in discussions about that. And they're coming together and they're saying, all right, this is what and you know what is happening? Learning is taking place. The community coming together and say, boy, you see, so much problem we have, but this is the money we have. Make we try focus on this area. And they're pointing to things like literacy, the children coming out of school and them can't hardly read and write.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they are going to solve it in their own way because they know the kids. They know the problems with the parents, right? And so they're thinking, well, we have to bring some parents because some of the parents illiterate too, right? So I'm saying those are the kinds of things where we have some of that power to make decisions about the issues that affect our lives. You're on mute. You're on mute. We're not hearing.
Will.
You're not hearing you, Will.
Unmute.
Caller, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I have three quick questions. One is with regard to the whole argument of Jamaica becoming a republic. Based on what I'm seeing in these town hall meetings and how the news is reporting it, it seems as if they have consensus that they want to set up a kind of parliamentary style republic. Why can't they go about setting up a republic similar to the US where people are considered sovereign? There seem to be, with a lot of technical things involved. They have to go something as simple as looking at the US Constitution and tweaking it slightly. That should be, to me, one of the easiest and the fastest routes to sort this thing out. But it seems as if they're kind of framing this thing and kind of coaxing this thing to move towards a parliamentary republic, which won't really mean much for the citizens of Jamaica in terms of their rights and freedoms and so on. That's one. Question number two is with regard to the CBDC cashless push by the Prime Minister. I'm seeing a lot of problems around the world with this thing, particularly in Nigeria, where they kind of ram this thing down the citizens' throats. There's a cash crunch there. The poor people are suffering. I'm hearing that people are actually dying because of the cash crunch. I've actually orchestrated a scheme to remove the physical cash from the system. And so the regular market vendors, street vendors, and so on, they are kind of left out. They can't get access to this cashless thing. And so they can't pay for the medical services because they're used to dealing with cash. And I'm seeing that being a situation with Jamaica if we just rush ahead with this thing. The third question I have, or the third point I have, is with regard to the opposition.
Yes, hello?
I think we lost him.
I might as well answer.
All right, so while he's coming back, let me just take the first two. I think the first thing to note is that both the presidential system and the parliamentary system have flaws, have weaknesses. Both have strengths and both have weaknesses. And therefore, I think we should move away from the idea that somehow one system is necessarily better than the next, right? And that importantly, the systems that are set up, we ought not to just try to fit into a model. Every political system is linked to the social and economic and historical reality of a people. You know, I want to remind, especially people in the American diaspora, of the words of your constitution. We, the people. Everybody remembers that. But you see the other part of it? In order to, right? We the people are writing this constitution in order to what? To perfect a union. No, the union, the perfection of the union is directly linked to the historical issues that the American people faced at the time where they had these independent states and these states were doing their own thing and they wanted to strengthen the union. And so we have today federal laws and state laws coming out of that historical experience. No, Jamaica does not have that. And I think the Jamaican people have to ask the question, we, the Jamaican people, in order to do what? What's our problem? And part of this conversation we're having today is about the problem we've had with a top-down, highly centralized governmental structure that we inherited from the British, in which the people's voices are shut out. So we need a constitutional arrangement in order to give the people a voice. And I think that's what we have to focus on, clinically focus on that. What are those arrangements?
Let me stop you right there. He asked two questions. The other one having to do with the CBC and
Right.
right. But before that, we have a call, and I don't know how much time you have. I've got all the time in the world. I don't want to impose on you because I want you to come back. I mean, this is
Yeah,
your.
you told me you wanted me to 5 o'clock Jamaica time, 6 o'clock your time, so I'm here.
Oh, I made a mistake. I meant 6 o'clock your time. So
Okay, all
that's
right, so 5.
okay. You stay as long as you want. This is your house. Relax, kick back, and whenever you're ready to leave, you leave. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, can hear you.
Yes. What I'm about to say, it's a little far fetched, but I'll say it nonetheless. Um, Mr. Radigan, you said you've met Mr. Golden and you find him to be a bright, intelligent man and stuff like that. But one of the things that I heard him said maybe a month or two ago was that the present administration or the people in the present administration, they're just scraping, scraping, scraping. So my question is, since the DPP is not investigating really anyone, if he should become the next prime minister, would he create some type of committee where they'll go ahead and start investigating the things that has been going on under the Hydro Holdings government? I believe Herb mentioned something about his financial declaration that this is the third year and he still has not declared it. And I just feel like this man is doing something.
Let me stop you right there, and I'll allow you to continue. Um, it's not that he hasn't declared it. He has declared. He has submitted financial disclosures. It's just that the Integrity Commission cannot verify the information that he put on paper. So there's a disparity between what he's telling them and what they're finding out. Because once you submit that, they go out and they do their due diligence to make sure that whatever you put on paper actually exists. And what they're saying at this point is that they can't verify. The question I have for them is, then why don't you just bring charges against him? Because the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 allows you to do that, and it's several years now. But that's just as an aside. Go ahead with your question, please.
Right. So if his income or his assets are so earned honestly, then they shouldn't have any problems verifying that. But the fact that they can't verify it, then there's something going on there.
Right.
I personally think at some point, if Mr. Mark Golden becomes the next prime minister and they start investigating, I just think Mr. Holden is probably gonna have to be exiled because of all the things that I think he and some people around him are doing. I just think it's just bad for the people of Jamaica. Now, the thing that I want to ask your respected guest is just recently again they said they couldn't afford to have local government elections. I think it's a third time now they're postponing it. And I think the cost there would run around $1 billion or something to that effect. Based on what I'm hearing is this salary increase, this astronomical salary increase will be about 1.7. So how could they not be able to afford $1 billion, but yet they can afford to give themselves almost double that? I just don't. I mean, to me, they're just disrespecting the Jamaican people, and I think at some point something has to give. So I hope Mr. Mark Golden, if he forms the next government, I hope that he forms a committee that will investigate not just Mr. Holness, but investigate all these people that surround Andrew Holness and find out maybe there's nothing there at all. Maybe the guy hasn't done anything wrong, but investigate them. And if people should be arrested for it or indicted for it, then they should indict them for it. Because I just think this man's going to have to be exiled at some point if he's doing what we think he's doing. Because if they can't verify some numbers that he's showing on his financial data, then something is clearly wrong there. Thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
you're
it.
welcome, caller. Herb, you want to take that on?
Well,
Regarding him and his disclosures and
well,
possible action?
the full disclosure, Dr. Hamilton, I belong to an organization that investigated the PM and all his merriment.
Talk up loud so them can hear you, brother.
And the investigation, deep dives were conducted, and you understand the use of cyber systems to look at the dark web, to pull up cancel check, to pull up various transactions, to look at people's travels when they go to Mexico City, pick up funds, come back into St. Lucia, open up shell companies, pass money through shell companies, and the money end up coming back into Jamaica. So these are some of the things that was passed to the opposition, which passed it to the Integrity Commission. Now, we haven't seen or heard much of that, but we know one thing is for sure. The Integrity Commission, if they have all information that we dug up, they have a clear understanding of the uh, transgressions that occurred, are still occurring by people within the office of the Prime Minister. And I just put it at that, right? So when I said on this program a few months back to the head of the Senate, Tom Tavares Finson, that a certain first lady had taken over from Dulles, running construction contracts and feeding the party, he got upset. But people have to understand that Dulles played a key role in the financing of the JLP. This was done largely through construction contracts. And these construction contracts kept the JLP buoyant, and it has kept the PNP up there as well. And I call out some names that are well known in the community to the people of Jamaica. So what we have here is a failure on the part of the PM and to declare properly his assets and how he accumulated these assets. And I know NIA has been working on it. I know the Integrity Commission has been working on it. But the bottom line is they need to call him out, and they really need the impeachment clause added to the Constitution, because that's the only way you may be able to get rid of this guy. Now, on the other hand, you've had other transgressions in the past by the opposition, and it's been the same thing. They play games in Parliament and they run out the clock, so to speak, meaning that they complete 8 years before the people finally got tired and throw them out. My question is, here in Virginia, where I am, the governor, when he's elected to run the state, he gets 4 years and he's done, right? Why can't we, when looking at the future, give a PM or a president 4 years or 5 years and done? In other words, you won't have time to stay there and accumulate monies by milking the system through illicit means, whether it's money laundering or otherwise. Because you have people within his office who has been declared as drug dealers, who's been declared as money launderers. Now, if you have these people within your realm, why have you never fired them? Why have you never gotten rid of them? Why are they still running around your office? You know, in the US, we can't tolerate that kind of stuff. those people could not hold a security clearance. But it's the opposite in Jamaica. And what gets me is that the people of Jamaica accept these shortcomings, they live with it, and all they do is speak under the breath. There is no active, intense action to protest or otherwise push back against these transgressions. I mean, I know you can't speak for all the people of Jamaica, but what can the society do other than protest at this stage?
Those are the only mechanisms available now. Again, we can write, we can, we send out press releases, we can do social media, all of those things. But in fact, occasionally people burn tire, block road, and all these kinds of stuff. And we are forced to do that because the mechanisms are not put in place. And that is what I think we need to keep our eye on and focus on. There are lots of things that must change and improve in the society. But if we want to improve governance, I strongly suggest that we focus on putting new arrangements in place to strengthen the voice of our people. So our representatives, as we send them to Parliament to speak on our behalf in shaping law and in holding the executive accountable. Right? In the final analysis, that legislative oversight is missing, right? We also want the mechanism in it we can directly go and say, yes, this is what we think. We have a voice. We feel what you're doing right now is not working, and this is what we think, right? And that's the right of every citizen, and we need mechanisms for that. The mechanisms do not exist now, and that's what we need to strengthen. And the few that do, let me say that there are few of them that do. I mean, at the local government level, for example, we have the option, certainly in Portmore, and there have been changes now to impeach the mayor, right? And so you have those, and increasingly those opportunities are there, but it is still dominated by a central government arrangement that locks out and thwarts the voice of the Jamaican people in its current arrangement. That must change.
Herb, somebody is asking, um, how do you know that there are drug dealers and money launderers in the Prime Minister's office? Do you mean to say in the government, in the Prime Minister's office, or elsewhere?
Well, they're all over, but specifically, the U.S. State Department put on a Minister of Government's passport, official passport, and tourist passport, that he's a money launderer and a drug dealer. So if they miss that show, then they need to go back and search which government minister. I mean, you can Google it and get the information. I just don't want to seem like I'm here to slander somebody from one party.
Right, right, right.
Several parties had different people lose their passports and stuff, and
No,
lose their visas.
but let
So
me ask,
yeah,
here's a question for you. There, there are some people, I
yeah,
won't call any names or any organization, but there are some people in this world that they specialize in acquiring information that ordinarily you wouldn't be able to obtain. Now, you and I know quite a few of these people.
that's right.
Is it your intention at some point to reach out to these people and get some of that information and share it with the Jamaican people? Or and I'm not even saying sharing with the opposition or anything like that, but share it with the Jamaican people so that they can understand what's going on with their public officials. And we're talking about some of those people who have investments here in America and elsewhere. Because the world has gotten small because of digital, can't even say the word, digitization.
Digitization,
Right?
yeah.
And so, nothing that you do these days is really a secret. And as I say, if you want something to be a secret, make sure only one person know about it, and that's you, nobody else. And that's hard because people go and talk, right? So the long and short of it is, is this something you're looking at? Is this something that you'd like to do?
This is something I'm definitely looking at. I should say we, because I'm not the only one looking, right? You get sick and tired of hearing the rumors. And there's what we call SAR reports that come through the
Tell
Department.
people what a SAR report is. A lot of people probably don't know.
A SAR report is a suspicious activity report.
And when do you get one of those?
You get one of those when people are transferring monies around that are doing various activities that is suspicious and that it has to be reported to the Justice Department. Now, what happens when those come? It depending on who the person is, it goes to the FBI or it may go to the Homeland Security Investigations
Our Treasury
or
Department.
Treasury Department, and
Mm.
then they have to validate the information and check the person out. When I did uh, enhanced background investigations, I had to track and trace a lot of suspicious activity reports. And, I mean, sometimes it were innocent action because some folks who come to school in the United States, the parents send them cash money through various sources. And that may generate suspicious activity report because the person may show up at the airport with $9,999. It didn't exceed the 10,000 threshold, but they get recorded because you know they realize that they're trying to avoid the threshold, and then they come back another time with a different amount underneath the threshold. So collectively, we look at everything that the people brings in, and we try to investigate why is this so. Well, you have several Jamaicans that popping up on these reports, and there are people in Jamaica who are notified of this. Mocha, I believe, is aware of who these people are because the treasury may touch base with them. Um, but the bottom line is they have to go further than they stay too quiet. They need to go deep dive, and you need some semblance of public media investigation, right? You can't tell me there are no leaks in Jamaica because believe me, Jamaicans love to talk if you give them more money. So you can get anybody leaking if they're sitting in the right office for the right price.
But Herb, the thing is, people are talking because you and I know
Yeah.
that that building on what's it, Hope Road or Hope Road, that building there,
Yes.
we know that what that the purpose of that building. We also know about the purpose of the building down on Port
Yeah.
Royal
Port
Street.
Royal Street. Yes.
We know about the purpose of
Yeah.
those things. So people are talking. People are talking. I mean, if I want to find out about what's going on in Jamaica regarding medicine, for example, I wouldn't talk to the medical director of Jamaica. I wouldn't because that person is if there's such a there is maybe not that exact title, but there's somebody in Jamaica who's responsible for addressing the medical issues of the country. I wouldn't talk to them. If I want to find out about crime in Jamaica, I wouldn't talk to the police commissioner or the minister of national security. There are people in Jamaica who know much, much more about what's going on than those people. And and some of this information is online. If
Hmm.
you go and you read the regional security officer's report, right? You read some of these reports coming out of the State Department. You'd be amazed at some of the information that you find there.
Yep.
But
Yep.
we're in an age where people don't even read. We just want people spoon feed us. We don't search. We don't read in general.
And
But the
that's the
information,
point.
people, the information is there. And as
Yeah.
Herb said, no, some of the information you won't be able to get, like the deep dive, you won't be able to
Yeah.
get that. We have people who are specialists in doing that. And you'd be amazed at the things that these people can find. You write a check 10 years ago and you you forget about that.
Yeah.
But they can get that thing out like you wouldn't believe. All your most intimate and personal secrets, they're there. The secrets are there. It's just that you don't have the ability to do it, but there are
Yeah.
people out there with the ability to do it, and that's why I'm trying to find out from Ed, not Ed, Herb, exactly how is he going to do that, and that's going to be a part of this foundation as well,
Yeah.
because it's about good governance, it's about transparency, it's about accountability, it's about rule of law, and
Yeah.
we're not going to let these politicians continue to do what they're doing. In fact, we're going back. Once we start this thing, we're not going to say we're going to start from the moment it starts. We're going to say, no, no, no. Let's go back and look like the last 10 years. What's been going on? So politicians, all of you who put your hand in the till and do all of these unsavory things and make poor people suffer, sit tight because your day is coming. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, and Dr. Hamilton, what we're referring to here is there's a underground out there, a wealth of information in the underground that's passed around, but it does not surface because the one area where this information can surface is the Integrity Commission. And
Information
this,
in the
and this
underground. That's
Yes, Ms. Thomas, go ahead. You have a question? We're running
Ah,
short on
yes, I
time.
just have no worries. I have just two observation and a question.
Sure. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so pink elephant that stood out in all of this was the raise that the judges got. I was wondering, why is it just was it just only the head that got the raise? Is it just for the politicians that they were only trying to buy out cases, so that they could have ruling for future trials? And another point that I noticed in his rebuttal, the prime minister, his dismissive attitude. When asked, he referred to it as simple housekeeping, and he doesn't see why he had to answer to anyone, as it's nobody's business. It is like saying that he has full range of the Jamaican taxpaying money, and he could do whatever he wants with it. Then my third point and question is in regards to the opposition. The poet Maya, she said, when you see people for what they are, you should believe it. And I was wondering if Mark was a precursor of what is to become. Is he the lesser of two evils to the point that he, instead of just outright rejecting the money, coming up with excuses as to what he was going to do with it? So that's my say. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Be well. Thanks for the questions. Let me answer one of them. Regarding the first one, saying that only the top judges, I don't think that to be the case. I think it was for the judiciary across the board that everybody got a raise. No, the chief justice may have gotten a bigger raise than the rest of them, but I think all the judges got a raise. And I know some people are saying, well, it's like they're paying the judges because they're paying the judges to take their sides, in legal matters. I wouldn't go that far because that remains to be seen, and I don't want to taint the entire judiciary because we know that you have corrupt judges everywhere in the world. But I don't want to taint the judiciary of Jamaica by saying that they're paying them off and so they're going to be ruling in their favor. What we should do is give them a chance and watch and see how they perform. Now, I personally disagree with the raise. Again, with the size and the speed, I personally disagree with it. But that's for another show. Uh, Rosalia, Herb, you guys want to take the other two? One was the Prime Minister's contempt, and the other one I believe was a Mark Golding acceptance of the money and donating 80%. I mean, we've discussed that one, but the Prime Minister's contempt for the whole process.
I'll let Rosalia go ahead.
Let me say this. I try not to comment on people's motives because you can't get into their heart. I tend to comment more on the actions, and I think when we have this, as we had discussed earlier, the actions around, for example, the the fact that he had done this filing and that we have an integrity commission and they've not been able to approve it raises questions, and I can understand it leading to the the views that the public have, or some people have anyway, about his integrity and so on, because in fact it is about the integrity commission and the obligations that we hope that our elected officials will comply with in order to give us the comfort that we want as citizens to say you're trustworthy and that you're a person of integrity. And then when you see actions like the what we see now, what we're discussing now with respect to the salaries, you really have to ask the question, how does he justify the scale of that salary in the context of experiences we know he's had in Jamaica, where where he's confronted face to face with real poverty. And you have to question that. But I don't want to comment. I mean, I think one of the things I notice a lot is that people say this is politics. Unfortunately, that we've defined politics in this very negative way, that it is about corruption, it's about self-interest and so on and so on. And I think it's for us, the people of Jamaica, to redefine a politics that works for the people.
Okay.
And we have to do that. We shouldn't accept this norm that somehow it's okay to be in politics and lie.
No, we're not.
Yeah. So we have, we have to redefine that. And I think that's the challenge.
Go ahead. You have the floor. You have a question for us?
Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Ratikan, and the panel and the listening audience. Yeah, my contribution is that I was watching the constitutional reform debate, the last one that kept, and a young lady asked Miss Malawu Fort about the process that would result in the sovereignty of Jamaican citizens, since in a real republic, the people's sovereign rights are secured. And she could not answer the question. She go around it and start talk about athlete. When athlete win, we all celebrate and Jamaican spirit and all these things. She never answered the question. So the quality of that constitutional reform committee come in question, because she is the head and she cannot answer the question and no one else there answer that question. And the next point I want to make is that what we need to do is after 60 years of independence, they're coming now to tell us about republic. That means something was wrong with independence, and that need to be dissected and come to a conclusion. What is wrong with independence that after 60 years they run into republic so quick? And the next thing is this now, a breakdown of the governmental structure. Most Jamaicans don't understand what is the process by which Charles is head of state of Jamaica. What is the entity that is called state of Jamaica? We have to get that answer to that question before we can talk anything about no republic.
Yeah.
Always the people who colonize and enslave us, head of state of Jamaica. That process needs to break down and explain.
And I know you're running out of time, but I want to just jump in quickly by saying you're onto something. It's very important that after 60 years, we are now seeing that there is a problem with the constitutional monarchy, not just the historical one, but what we had since independence, that the powers of the monarch that existed prior has been retained. So we have representatives who continue to dominate our decisions and dominate our lives. Right. And that is what we have to fix. We're going to need more time to get into the details about how, but I think we're spot on with recognizing that this fixing must make the Jamaican people sovereign. And we have to delve into
they can't trick with fake emancipation, fake independence, and coming out a fake republic.
We're not in a fake republic. I agree with you.
Not this time. Not this time. Not this time. We're going to do it right this time.
The last point is that the only way we're going to get a republic that makes sense for who we are is if the people of Jamaica wake up and decide we are now in charge. Take charge. You don't need to wait till you get to the republic, Right now, Jamaica is in your hands. And it is when you, the same way Jamaicans say you can't make no decision in the Constitution Reform Committee to get consensus and you leave us out. And see what happened? Now they're having all these public consultations and education. It is our voice. We have to raise that voice. And I would suggest that in this matter of the salaries, the Jamaican people must make their voice heard as loud as possible. because we have to change
Yes.
arrangements in place so that we can have a say, not as a reaction, but as the way we make decisions in running our country.
All right, caller, you have anything else? Because we're running short on time, and
Yeah,
Rosalie has to go.
I would love to get some documents, Mr. Ratigan.
You'd love to what?
What is the proper medium? Could I call you back after the show, or you could give me an email or something like that?
Yeah, come back after the show on this number, you know. Come back like around 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Where are you? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Barbados.
Oh, Barbados. Okay. All right. Yeah, come back after the show, please.
All right.
All right, cool. Listen,
Cool.
yeah. Let me just say before I forget, big up to the Tavares, the fireman, and the renegade who not afraid, and the crew, their supporters, because a lot of them jump on the chat room today and really make me feel nice, make me feel like me, like me really make a difference, because the chat room just keep on and go. Of course, we have the partner draw people, and them enough. We always say enough in numbers, and they make themselves known. Them not afraid. Them just come out and say, "Hey, my partner draw student." So Jeffrey, you need to make your people them start identify themselves and be proud of who they are, that they're your ardent supporters. Same thing with the fireman. Renegade who not afraid, me know your people them, cause all I win at the same place, Rockfort and Waterhouse, same so. Rosalia, we're gonna continue going. If you have to leave, we understand. It's not a problem. We'd love to have you to continue for a few more minutes with us, if you would.
Yeah, a few more minutes is fine.
Okay. Callers, if Rosalie has graced us with her presence and decided to grace us even more by staying a little bit longer. So if you have any calls for her, please let us know. And if you have something you want to say to her in the chat room, I'm monitoring the chat room as well. Herb, you have a statement, a question?
Well, we have looked at this situation as a lack of transparency, and we have also said it was no accountability whatsoever. And this has been the trend for this government, with the promises and the lack of not meeting their promises. After the first term, 2020 comes, and we into 2023, and they're still not meeting their promises. And they each time you give them an inch and they take a mile. Now there's got to be a way to stymie this and say once and for all, we're not going to take it anymore. We want change, right? Submit all the job descriptions and everything else you have now. Don't wait, and meet your financial reporting requirements now. Don't wait, right?
Yes.
They're just too much. And then this thing where the Integrity Commission don't want to try this man because it says too long. Oh my God, something has got to change there, because we're getting away each and every time.
But Herb, I want to say this. Sorry to interrupt you, but I really want to say this, because the truth is, I know there are good people in Parliament. I know them. Jamaica is a small society. I think they look ugly to us because they sit in systems that are not working. And you know that because they will tell you they disagree, but they can't say nothing, or they don't want to say nothing, right? And so I think, to be fair to our politicians, rather than beat up on them, they may need a little beating up, but I don't think that should be our focus right now at this juncture. Somebody made a point in the chat that we're in an extraordinary time and it requires extraordinary solutions. I fully agree. Right? A lot is coming together. We haven't even talked about the AI world that we're living in, right? Where, all kinds of stuff is happening, right? And we have no control over that. We are not at the forefront of artificial intelligence, and that is changing the world as we speak, right? I think that we ought to recognize that we have these institutional arrangements that's not working. There's something illogical that gets us year after year after year for decades producing more than 50% of our kids coming out of our educational institutions and can hardly read and write. Something is fundamentally wrong, right? And it's not that we can't fix these things, but the people I know who are in these places and mean well, they are good people, feel trapped in those arrangements. We have to change them. So I want to, and I'm not saying that when you change the institutions, everything will happen magically. It will not, because they're human beings and we're thinking beings and we're motivated by all kind of thing. But I want to suggest that we're at a moment in Jamaica where we should focus on changing our constitution. This is our supreme law, to put provisions in place that will empower our people. The minister, the government is correct in saying we need comprehensive constitutional reform. They've said that, and I fully agree with them. The question now is, what is that process? How will they engage us in a way in which we can do this comprehensive reform, and at the end of it, we end up where we ought to have been in 1962, which is to have transferred power in the hands of the Jamaican people, where we control our destiny. So
let me say this. I'm just looking at the chat room, and I mean the renegade who not afraid in people in my show up now numbers too, but the partner draw people in, I tell you, Rosalie and Herb, the partner draw people in, them not no students, I like an army, them enough.
Yeah.
Hey, we thank you for the support and continue to support this program, because we're all the way, we are moving in the same direction, because we want the same thing for the people in Jamaica, our people. And hold on a second, somebody will call her. Caller, go ahead, please. We're pressed on time. Rosalie has to leave. Go ahead.
All right. Yes, Mr. Ratigan. I really like to ask you a question.
Yes,
And
sir.
the whole panel too. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
How can a country, yes, how can a country run with a prime minister cannot declare his asset as the head of state for the country? Right now, I'm living to England.
Yes.
No MP could do such thing like that. And even though, I'm going to give you an instance. We have a prime minister, David Cameron.
Yes.
They missed to declare his asset, and it nearly cost him in job. Just missing it, So how can you have a prime minister over a year cannot declare his asset to the people or to parliament? So you're going to tell me that the prime minister have all power inside the senator, that which nobody can force him to declare his asset?
Well, look, caller, thank you for the call. Listen to the
Yes,
answer. All right? Listen to the answer.
Yeah.
No, to be fair to the prime minister, it's not that he hasn't declared his assets. He has made that declaration, that statutory declaration that's due on March 31st of each year. He has done that. The problem is that they cannot verify the information that he submitted, right? Now, under Section 43 of the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, they could find that he's made a knowingly false declaration, because we're talking about going back 2 years, right? And they can't verify the one 2 years ago. They can't verify the one last year, and I don't know if they're going to be able to verify the one this year. But let's say the one 2 years ago, they could go back to Section 43, subsection 2A, and I'll read it to you. It says, a person who knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $2 million, or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years, and the court may make such order as it thinks fit. The problem is that they have emasculated the Integrity Commission. You saw what they did with them recently.
Yeah.
So now they have they used to have a bark and a little bit of bite. Now they have no bark. Them teeth drop out. They're gone. Because I don't know if they, and I'm saying this not in a derogatory way. I'm saying this to inspire them. I'm saying this to get them to start taking decisive action. Hey, Carla, you're right. How can you have a prime minister who submit a statutory declaration last 2 years and you cannot verify the information when give you. You say no, that information is not right, right?
Yes.
How can you do that and you don't take action? One second, Rosalie, and let me just hold that point because I know you want to make a comment on this, but let me just say something about the minimum wage situation because
Yes.
my people them, you know, my people them down at Firehouse and Rockfort and Backto and Bower Banks and Rallington and everywhere else. No, they moved from 7,000 to no 7.75 to 9, and from they're proposing now, they've proposed 9 to 30. Now keep in mind that this is for basically for private industry, right? That the government is telling private industry that listen, when you hire somebody, the lowest you can pay them is 13,000. Now here's what's going to happen. This is what I'm being told, particularly by my domestic workers, them what we call maid. And I have a passion for them people because my mother used to be a maid in Jamaica, and my mother come to America, and my mother was a maid in America. Oh, my mother was a maid in Canada. And then my mother come across the border and come to America. My mother was a maid here. So me love them people. I mean, I don't want nobody to take advantage of them. Now, here's what they're being told. That when this thing kicks in, they're only going to be required to work. The employers telling them this, that we only need you for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we're going to give you we're going to pay you 9,000, what you used to get before. But they're expecting them to do 5 days work in 3 days. Now, you tell me if that's fair. And then also, some of these people, they're government workers, the employers, they're government workers. And I'm being told that even though the Minister of Finance said that nobody will be left behind, that nobody's going to go home worse than they are right now, that some of them, even with the increase, the take-home pay is less than what it used to be.
Yeah.
Their disposable income is less than what it used to be, even though on paper they get an increase, but the tax
Yeah.
is what's killing them. Now imagine this. You're a government worker. You're taking home less pay, even though you know the thing says that you're supposed to be making money, but you're taking home less. And now you going to have to go pay somebody who a maid whose wages just went up, right?
Yeah.
From 9 to 13. So what they have to do now to make ends meet, that to say, no, we can't pay you the 13. We're getting less than we were getting when we were paying you 9. And now we must pay you 13. So no, we're gonna keep you. You're gonna come Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You're gonna work twice as hard, and you're gonna get the same pay. This is what's going to happen to them people, and we cannot sit back idly and let them things happen to them people. Because at the end of the day, let me say, you see behind me it look abandoned, but people live there.
Yeah.
People struggle there. People try to raise a family there. And most of Jamaica, this is what we are talking about. We're not talking about Cherry Gardens and Beverly Hills. Most of Jamaica people, them kind of people, yeah, our people, and we have to take care of them. We have to speak out for them. We have to take court action against them. We have to do sit-ins for them. We have to do a lot of things for them because a lot of them cannot do it for themselves. Over to you, Rosalia.
Just to say, I have to wrap up, I have to go. Like, I absolutely agree with you that I know a lot of Jamaicans I speak to want to protest, want to have their voice heard, but they can't. They're working literally, some of them from 6 in the morning right back into the night, doing 2-3 shifts just to make ends meet, right? And so this is an important stage and phase, as one of your readers, your listeners said, where it will take extraordinary efforts on the part of all of us who have something to give to make Jamaica better. So I want to really say that if I saw somebody wanted to contact me, you can send that email to advocatesnet@gmail.com. That's advocates with a S and NET network, short for network, @gmail.com. And we're definitely interested in persons who want to join us in our advocacy. We are going to be looking at an arrangement starting next week where between the hours of 12 to 2 o'clock, we're going to take a stand, we're going to meet, and we're going to make our voices heard. Okay. So if you want more information about that, and of course, I'll share that with you, the details. And I ask you to talk to the Jamaican people at home and abroad, ask them to join this effort. We have to come together. This matter is unacceptable, and we have to stand firm. So I want to end on this last note. We must remember that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. Thank you very much for having me.
On that note, thanks. Rosalia, you represent the best in our mothers, our sisters, our aunties, our wives, and you're a tribute to women. You're a tribute to Jamaica.
Thank you very much.
Hope that God will continue to bless and sustain you so that you can continue to do his work to elevate and uplift our people. Thank you for coming. Remember, this is your home.
Thank you so much. I try. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Rosalia, I cannot understand with 20 women in parliament how they don't have this motherly feeling about Jamaica to wrap their arms around our poor, disenfranchised,
Yes.
and disturbed, right? How they stay so quiet in this house that gives so much pain. And now they all want to come and say, well, we deserve a raise. No, you don't. And that's this has got to, we got to put the brakes on it right here, right now.
Right.
All right.
What I
Rosalie,
want.
before you go again, give them the people are asking for your contact details again, please.
And it's advocatesnet@gmail.com.
Yes, ADVOCATESNET.
Yes.
@gmail.com.
NET net at yes. So advocatesnet@gmail.com.
Right. All right. If you not can't reach out, you can reach out to me and her. We
Yeah,
know
man.
our sister.
Definitely.
So
Yeah.
I will have a sister, by the way.
One love, everybody.
Take care of
Thank you
yourself.
so
Be
much.
well. All right.
Yes.
Hold on
Bye-bye.
there. Yeah. People with the I know boy, but the time run we're gone. But that's one of the beauties about this platform because nobody's coming after us. I hope I'm trying to still stay on the Reggae Global thing. I sent a message to them. I don't know if they did, but I mean, Herb, this thing it is as Burning Spirit. Well, Burning Spirit said gone from bad to worse. It's getting from bad to worse, but it's actually gone. Gone from bad to worse. We have to really take decisive action, and I'm proud of Advocates Network and Rosalie and what they're doing. And as you heard them say, they have a plan that they're going to put in place. Andre Stevens, he's got a plan that he's working on. Man in the Wilderness, he's got a plan that he's working on. I mean, yeah, everybody's working on a plan, and if we can just come together and just kind of like coordinate all of these plans and just execute them in an orderly fashion, I think we'll start getting some positive results. And some of these sit-ins, they're gonna be complemented by court action, as well as there's some people in the diaspora here. We're working on getting some intelligence. We have intelligence already, but we're gonna get more intelligence on some of those folks down in Jamaica, because as we all know, the one thing that they're fearful of, and Partner Draw people, Jeffrey Tavares people, Man in the Wilderness people, Fireman people, you hear me talk about this all the time. The one thing that Jamaican politicians fear is losing that visa, if them have one. It's losing that visa. The second thing is going to prison in an American jail, because they're not afraid of Jamaican justice and Jamaican jail, because the thought is that they will never go. Right? For a variety of reasons. They'll never go. But they're afraid of those two things. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to establish in some of these instances jurisdiction in the US so that we can take them to court civilly, and we can also get US law enforcement to deal with them criminally. The criminal part, it might be a bit touchy because of political relationships and geopolitics. So it might be difficult with that, but the civil part, that can be done here, can be done there, and then the sit-in, we just have to do whatever we have to do, because this thing has gone on for far too long, and we've been talking about it, talking. Now is action time. Now, when I go on a program, I said to people, listen, yeah, you can ventilate the issue, but there are very few things you're going to say about bad governance in Jamaica that we haven't heard collectively. We've heard the stories. What we haven't heard is what's our approach in terms of stamping this thing out. And one of the ways to do it, and people talk about Singapore all the time, is the head of the stream. Start there, because once you start cleaning the head of the stream, you don't have to worry about below. But we worry about the people below, the policeman who's accepting a bribe from a motorist, right? Somebody over at the tax office, somebody at the transportation. And we should We should address those issues. But we shouldn't forget that some of those people, they're doing it because they look at what's going on above.
Above.
And they see nothing is done to those, nothing is being done. And also some of those people, they control the activities of the people below.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we need to start beating this drum, going after the people up top. And like I said, the foundation, this program, Lonesome program, Jeffrey Tavares' program, Andre Stevens' program, Fireman, all of these programs, we have the same mission, and that is to hold government accountable, make government take care of what they're supposed to take care of. And if they don't, then we just have to do what we have to do, But this is by no means a platform to regime change government. No, we want the government. Like I said to people, I don't care who's in charge, who sits as the prime minister, or whatever. All I care about is how they treat people, how they treat the country.
The least amongst us.
Particularly those,
Yes.
the disenfranchised, the forgotten, the elderly, the poor, particularly those people, because rich people can't take care of themselves. In any society, rich people will take care of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's the poor people who don't have the opportunity to take care of themselves. Those are the ones that we're worried about. The people who can't get good medical attention, they don't have good roads, water, electricity, education, jobs, quality of life, crime. Those are the people that you think that they would go. And remember, no, nobody put a gun to somebody's head and said, go into politics. No. It's a voluntary decision that they said we're going in there to serve. But the question is, serve who? Who you serve?
Now, here's a key question. They have not held local elections. And I think when we sent that thing out the other day about the Trinidadians being slammed by the Privy Council for not holding elections for an extra year, saying that it was illegal.
Yes.
Right? Has anybody addressed that in Jamaica in view of the decisions against that you know of, in view of this decision against the Trinidadians? Because somebody needs to file something to the Privy Council as well on behalf of the people of Jamaica to say that they are illegally extending the local election period. And, what they're saying, they don't have the money. So now here's the proof that money is there. Money is there for them to line their pockets. Right? But money is not there to have a local election.
Right.
And then you see other projects like the Cornwall Regional Hospital project start at 2 million, then they want 3.5, then they're up to 5 million. Now they ask for billion. Now they ask for $14.1 billion.
And where's that money coming from?
Where's the money coming from? Right? You see, Clark is the magician at the Ministry of Finance. The man who make things disappear and make it reappear. Right?
Oh boy.
You can't say it any better than that. Because he is the man that continually produce these funds where and when they need it. Right? And he is the guy who caused the PM to have to go close his account down at SSL. Because he got the report that the auditors sent over from KPMG saying that there's something wrong at SSL. So when he shared this report to the PM, I'm certain, then the PM reacted. Why he didn't inform the rest of Jamaica? Over 40 people lose their money, probably more. And this is the thing that they keep getting away with. They get away with taking care of themselves and each other, and they don't take care of John Q. public. The public don't know any of these things, and the public is being led astray. So all of these things that are happening gives them privilege over everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this privilege is gone too far. You cannot keep this up because good people are being made to do bad things to survive.
Mm-hmm.
and people can't survive lagging behind. Sooner or later there's no middle class. Why? Because they're going to be paying too much taxes. They come home and their paycheck going to dwindle because they have to go pay the helper, especially if they have young kids. Can you imagine? You can't pay a helper to come in 3 days a week if you and your wife out there working. You're going to need the helper for the probably up to 7 days a week. So you're going to have to pay the 13,000 probably overtime or whatever, because
Mhm.
the helper is entitled to time off, I'm certain. But you have living helpers, and them going to be calling the living helper to come and fill in every time them leave the house, take care of these young kids, you know. So with all of these folks out there that is blessing themselves with 200 and 250%, and the small man out there struggling. The other day, we are highlighted on the program that people are not eating right. They don't have the right meals. They can't afford to buy the right stuff to eat, right? And then you turn around now and you're gonna, not only are you eating right, but some of them out there too fat. I mean, they're eating too much, you know. And you know, I don't walk around showing people I'm wearing Clark shoes or what I am driving in or anything like that, or that my house is up on top of Beverly Hills. Still unexplained how I built it or how I got the money to even buy the three different properties up there. It's crazy, you know, and you keep beating down the people. I remember when the police asked for a raise and they were talking bad about the police. They're looking at the police as if the police is not capable. Well, the police have medical problems, the family have medical problems. They have different needs just like you and me, right? Some teeth falling out. You saw the parade where the man shoes, the heel flapping like this at the bottom of the shoes,
You have to
right?
take the next serious thing. You have to
I
take
mean, it's terrible. Everybody have needs, and you have to look across the board and give allowances if you can't give a pay raise. But what they did the other day with some of these people is converted their allowances into their pay and then force them to pay higher taxes,
Mhm.
right? So what kind of negotiation is that?
Right.
You take
Mhm.
you take with you give with the right and take it with the left.
Herb, somebody's asking if Clark's upon your list. If the man when him call Clark's, if Clark's upon your list. We won't tell him. Just,
Wait,
just sit tight,
wait,
come on behind
stand
the scene.
by. That's all I can say.
Yeah, we won't take as long as Integrity Commission, but
Oh
things are
God.
going, you
I
know.
know. I think the Integrity Commission looking into that too. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How can you boast about Clarks? You know, that's rubbing it into the people's face. You know. But you have
Right.
some good people out here that that making some really great comments about the show, and
The,
you know, who knows? I think this is good.
one of the things what I'd like to ask the audience to do is this: do not ever think that we have all the answers. We believe we have some of the answers. And in fact, some of the answers we have may not even work. So we need you. We're all in this together. We need you to say, Herb, Will, Rattigan, that now work on our talk about. But at the same time, we want you to put up something that you think will work. Just don't criticize us and walk away, because at the end of the day, if you do that, then we're no better place, right? So what we want you to do is say, this won't work, but here's what I think will work. Or it won't work the way you have explained it, but if you tweak it a bit here and there, then I think it will work. Because some of you're on the ground. Some of you are really suffering. Some of you are part of that 2 million Jamaicans going to bed every single night without a nutritious meal. I mean, yeah, your belly full, but it's all junk stuff you have inside there. Nothing nutritious, right? So we need to hear from you because that's the only way we can move forward in a united way and we can deal with the issue. We can't do it by ourselves. There are some things that we know, and admittedly, there are some things that we don't know. But together, when we pool our resources, we can get the full picture and we can move forward. Because at the end of the day, what you have to realize is this: the way the government is acting right now is not in our best interest. And I'm for one, like I said, people, I've never voted in Jamaica. And I care about people and policies, not party and politics. And when the election is over, I don't care who win the election. When the election is over, and I will preach this until my dying day. When the election is over, we all need to rally behind whoever is there. Support them. 1 second, please. We need to we need to rally around them and support them. PNP, JLP, UIC, whomever. But when they start acting against our interests, we need to remind them that we put them there and they're there as servants, public servants for us. And if they refuse to do otherwise, then at that point, that's if they refuse to do what is necessary to make the change. At that point, then we need to start ramp up the pressure. But I don't want people to walk away from this program thinking that we're asking for regime change. I don't want to kick out people and all them stuff. First, we want the government to do a course correction and start taking care of people. Because that's why they're there, to take care of the country. They're caretakers. And when they cannot do that, then we need to replace them. Now, why do is I look at individuals. So you may have one person who is taking really good care of his constituency. He's doing all the things that he's supposed to do. And then you may have another person, same party, who's just digging into the public coffers, and the people, his constituency, is suffering. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not about party. I'm about people. I'm about policies. And so I look at politicians individually, right? But in this case, we have a when we say the government, we have a cabinet that's responsible. They're the caretakers, the ultimate caretakers as far as human beings. We know what a real caretaker. But we have those people and they're supposed to take care of stuff for us and make sure everything runs smoothly and all that. We're gonna have hiccups. Nothing is perfect. But when you see people who actively try to make things imperfect, we're not talking about a mistake now, where people make a mistake and then you say, okay, all right, fine. We're talking about where you see people actively trying to destroy what they're supposed to build. Then we have a problem. Then we have to take action. And from what I'm seeing, and so I'm open to being corrected, from what I'm seeing, that is what's going on right now. When you have a prime minister who refuses to remove people for incompetence, you start asking yourself the question, why? Because if it's private industry, then if you're incompetent and you're in private industry, you're gone. Them don't have no time to keep you around. But in government, we keep people around, and we keep them around for far too long. We keep them. There's something called Peter Principle, where you rise to your level of incompetence, and we keep them way past the Peter Principle. Way past the Peter Principle. We keep them to the point of gross incompetence, and we still don't get rid of them. So there's so many issues for us to talk about, so many issues that, hold on 1 second. Let me take a caller. Hold on. Caller, go ahead.
Good afternoon, His Excellency the Most Honorable Wilfred Radigan, Jamaica's future Minister of National Security.
Hold on 1 second.
And also,
Speaker of the Senate. Hold on 1 second. My caller from Jamaica. I know you're holding. Give me a call back in about. We're gonna finish it. We're gonna take this to the top of the hour, and then you can call me back after that. Please, I'll wait for your call. All right. The 876-841-0364 number. Please call me back at about 5 after 6 your time. Okay, go ahead, Speaker of the Senate.
His Excellency the Most Honorable Wilfred Radigan and His Excellency the Most Honorable Herb Nelson Jr. I must say it has been a great pleasure listening to the conversation this
Sir,
We, yes, sir.
go ahead. We lost you for about 2 seconds.
Oh, and I must say that the program has been a very good program, Mr. Rattigan. I enjoy listening to the program this afternoon. Very, very, very good program. And, you know, we must tell everybody to like, share, and subscribe to the Reason with Rattigan YouTube channel. This afternoon, I sit back, relax, and enjoy every single moment of this program. And I hope that come next week, it will be more spicy and, you know, some more curry and some more seasoning go up inside of it, that it can be more spicy. Have a good evening, sir.
Well, we're depending on you and everyone collectively to help us to spice up the program because we're moving in a certain direction, and sometimes what happens is you lose focus. Sometimes you get myopic, you just start to look straight down, and we need people like you to show us where the guardrails are and say, hey, try this, try that. So, by the way, I need you to tell the folks about your program, because we need to get people to come over to your program and listen, because I'm only on once a week, but
Yes.
go ahead, please.
My program this Tuesday, it'll be live on Make We Talk live on Rose 96.1 FM. In the afternoon at about 8 o'clock, I'll be having talk show host Jerry Small, and also my good friend Wilfred Radigan will be coming on, and I think Mr. Herb Nelson Jr., I'm not sure as yet, will be coming on Tuesday evening to speak some more about the money that they not pay Warmington, who go around and tell people they look like chink and dog fly. The taxpayers' money. We're going to speak some more about that. We're going to speak some more about constitutional reform. And we may dig a little deeper in the whole visit of Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General to Jamaica.
Okay.
But come Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock Jamaica time, 9 o'clock US time, Make We Talk will be live with Wilfred Radigan, Jerry Small, and yours truly. We'll be talking about what's going on in our country. Yes, sir.
Not saying Herb, you forget Herb.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, and Mr. Herb Nelson Jr.
Right.
We'll be on come this Tuesday evening.
I just want to big up your program, and I want to big up Lonesome program, Renegade Uno Free. Tomorrow night, people tune into this town hall meeting. And of course,
yes,
Andre Stevens, outstanding program as well. On Friday, I've been sitting in now on Friday nights, and it's been standing. So keep tuning in. And again, I mean, the overwhelming support of the students from the Andres University. I'm not even sure that just student soldiers, because it's like an army, like I said before, it's a lot of them. And I just want to extend my thanks to them for turning up in numbers to support me. And your folks as well, Lonesome folks, and even Fireman from Jamaica.
Yes, Fireman. And you know something, we must tell our listeners to go over to 93 FM. That's New Start 93 FM. And you can listen to Conrad O'Brien on Mondays. I think it's at 11 to 12 or 10 to 12, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
and also on Tuesdays with the Fireman. He has a very good program going on New Start 93 FM. I don't know why he don't come over to YouTube too, Right. He must come over to YouTube. Yeah. But also, remember to like, share, and subscribe to Reason with Rattigan. Like, share, and subscribe to Make We Talk Jonathan Barros YouTube channel. And of course, like, share, and subscribe to the Renegade Wayne Lonesome YouTube channel and Partner Draw TV YouTube channel.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rattigan.
All right, take care, sir. Thanks for the comment.
All right, Jeffrey.
Yeah, Herb.
Yeah, man.
This is, I think we're starting a movement here, because this.
And you see, it's going to take this kind of unity to push back, because they don't believe it's out there. They pick a time when they thought the public was at its weakest level, and nobody would push back against this pay raise. They specialize in doing this kind of stuff, right? They lie about just about everything. They lie about SSL and the FBI. Before that, they were lying about where his money is coming from and where he put his money and who is helping him. This man is pushing out contracts to Robert Garvin, according to the Integrity Commission. And Garvin is not a stranger. Garvin is a man who helped him procure his property and build his house. So with all of these things going on, it's what they call in the US quid pro quo, something for something. In other words, you get something in this hand, you push out something in the other hand. And this is not business. This is not the norm. If you're here in the United States, you go to jail for that, right?
Mhm.
They would not get away with this, and with no period. What do you call it?
Wendy, hold on one second. Wendy, yes, it's every Saturday. Every Saturday we're here. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah, with no time on the crime. We call that again the cutoff period where you can't prosecute no more.
Oh, statutory.
But
Sorry.
damn boy, I
No,
draw the
no,
same
no,
line.
the statute of limitations.
That's your limitations, yes. Yeah, the crime is out there. They committed the crime. And it was investigated. And then turn around and make the investigators look bad. Right? And so people don't need to sit back and say, oh, well, the Integrity Commission missed the mark. No, they didn't. The evidence is there. So if we can get that case into the Supreme Court, then we can show these people up for exactly what they are.
Yeah, you mentioned a point earlier about the Privy Council's decision on what happened in Trinidad.
Yeah.
Last night, Andre mentioned it, and he was pleading. He was saying, I need somebody. I need some of the legal luminaries in Jamaica to take up this case. He said, he volunteered to be a claimant. He said, I will be the claimant. So hopefully people will respond to the message and that case will be filed, because that's a slam dunk case.
Yeah.
It's a slam dunk case, as slam dunk as they come, because you have a fresh case from the Privy Council saying that what Trinidad did in terms of delaying the local election.
Yeah.
Was wrong. And you cite that case. You just cite that case.
Yeah, that's precedents. They set precedents there already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this whole thing has upset the public to the point where the public is going to start pushing back and looking at everything. And I hope they do that. Because to me, we all went to school, we learned to read and write. And so when you hear something that don't sound right, you question it. And it means you have to ask the question to your local council person, or city council. We call them people there in the parish council.
Yeah,
council members. Right? And you have to ask questions now of your MP. Now, strangely enough, when I was doing my research, I see where MPs only required to visit their constituents once every 2 years. Can you believe that? Once every 2 years. Now, they put that bare minimum in there so that if this person only go out there come election time, they're covered. Right? They can go out for probably local elections and then the national elections. But to me, that's obscene. People need to see them MPs. If what Lisa Anna lists as requirements for member of parliament, then you should be there all the time, because those things happen in a rotation. And if you're going to be taking care of your community, which is probably 100,000 people or a little bit less, then those people need to see you all the time on a weekly basis, right? And if you don't, and guess what? Jamp, I think, is the one who says that these folks only show up in Parliament 50% or less of the time. I don't know if you saw that one.
Yeah, I saw it.
So if you only show up half the time, well, you need to concoct a system that okay, so I'm getting 28 million, you divide that by 12, right? 2 point something million. And then you divide the 2 point something million by 30. So anytime I don't show, well, it shouldn't be like that. It's only 20 or 22 working days in a month. So you should work it out by working days to where how much are you due for each day you work?
Right.
Right? You're gonna have to take the 22 and divide that into the what you get monthly, and then deduct that for every time you miss a day.
No, so you don't pay them if they don't show up.
You don't pay them if they don't show up. You know?
Yeah.
But that's going to be applicable to any pay raise at all that they get. So if they can stall this one and overturn it, what I said was come up with you have committees in parliament. So why can't you get a committee made up of the private sector and members of key members of parliament to have a discussion and work out all, in the words of Mr. Clark, the algorithms needed to figure out how much money they should be getting. Now, if he's getting less than the prime minister in Trinidad, 13 million, then yeah, naturally you get 9 million now, I understand. All right, bring it up to the level of the prime minister in Trinidad, right? Bring it up to those levels first before you jump it any higher. And they are attaching this to a pay raise they gave the permanent secretaries. My question is, why didn't you declare how much the permanent secretaries received? Especially if you know the rule ties you to the permanent secretary's pay raise. So you give the permanent secretary the pay raise, and then you want to piggyback off of that and say, oh, the rule is you got to make so many dollars per week over what this permanent secretary is getting. So we're going to jump it 250%. No. If you knew that was the situation, you shall control the pay raise that the permanent secretaries get. You need to cut back on that. You know,
right.
All them pay raises need to be cut back on. I think they need to freeze everything right now and don't do anything until you can get a committee in place to discuss this and to get a message out that is clear to the Jamaican people that we're not here to tax them anymore and to turn money over to people who are not functioning at all. They only function 50% or 40% of the time. JAMP, I think, have their percentages. That's who they need to look at. The JAMP website. I tell you how often these guys work. Which, I wish I could have done that when I was working. But,
Primrose have big me up, says, like when I'm on to some nonsense last night. And Primrose, if you remember what I said, and it's a good lesson, my mother taught me that ignore ignorance. When you see it, just walk away from it. It don't make any sense. You don't want to go down to people's level, when it's derogatory. You don't want to go down to that level. No. Miss Watson, you mentioned a thing earlier about saying that the PM, is a dangerous man on the body. I mean, you're kind of indicating that it's going to be difficult to know him, because I guess implicit in that is because people afraid of him. Well, look, if we, you're right. If we think the way we have always thought, or at least over the last several years, then fine, he'll remain in power forever, because nobody's gonna rise up and take him to task. So that's why we're appealing to everyone, saying that, look, this is one team and this is one fight, right? All of we have people that suffer in Jamaica now. All of we have people that suffer. And a lot of us living overseas would like to go back and help. Not go back and just become parasites on the Jamaican economy and the Jamaican society. We want to go back and help. We want to go back and retire. We want to go back and die in Jamaica peacefully, right? And so that's why we have to unite. We have to make this about one team. We have our differences, and we will always have our differences. But remember this. If you have
somebody that's giving you an issue, and that same person is giving me an issue, and same person is giving Herb an issue. Even though you and I and Herb, we have differences, we need to come together because we have what? One common enemy. One common enemy. And then we can work out our differences. But what we have to do is we have to address the issue as a united force. We can't go into it fractured. You see what they're doing with the diaspora? Them fracture the diaspora, right? Diaspora doesn't really represent any diaspora members. They represent the government of Jamaica. So, Yvonne from Canada, you can reach me at 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. So we're getting ready to. We have about another 10 minutes. I didn't expect the program to go this long, but I mean, I'm encouraged and I'm influenced by the people in the chat room because I don't look at numbers. I could care less about numbers, but I care about people. As long as people are involved and they're making a contribution, and like I said, continue to be involved, continue to make your contribution, but make the contribution something that's useful. Don't come up. My feelings get hurt. I'm an only son. My feelings get hurt when you cuss me out and give me a solution. Cuss me out and give me a solution, man. Yes, Carla, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon to my brothers. This is Maria. How are you, Mr. Rattigan? How are you, Sir Herb?
Hi, Maria.
Listen, what a good program you have. I have to commend you. I'm honestly in Target shopping, but I've been listening to it from you started, and it is such a good program. And I like Miss Hamilton, Dr. Hamilton.
Oh yeah.
She's so informed and ready, willing and able to help the Jamaican that we need to come forth. You know what I'm saying? And it is just a sad situation where the government just seems to believe that Jamaicans are so stupid that they can do this and nobody says anything. Like Herb said, they do it because people are so beaten down with all that is going on. They do it hoping that nobody would say anything. But this is a disgrace. The obscenity of it all is mind-boggling. And I really hope, and I have to say, I concur with you that I am disappointed with Mark Golding in taking 20% and not rejecting it all out, because if he rejected it all out, I think it would have been more effective. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But not doing that, I really feel disappointed in him and that. But I hope from this, or I shouldn't say I hope, but I do believe that from all of this, something is going to come forth, because people have to step up. And like you say, everybody is doing something. And if we all pool our efforts together, bring our differences, but focus on the task ahead, which is the same task that we all have with Andre Stevens, with Wayne Lonesome. I mean, Jeffrey Tavares, we're all in the same boat, trying to accomplish the same thing. And we just pull our efforts together. I mean, we can bring forth a better Jamaica. Is it going to be 100%? No. But if it is 70%, it is better than what we have right now.
And as long as we try.
And we just have to, that's all we have to do is try. And when you look at, the recklessness of the government, the recklessness, and the fact that Andrew Holness has little to zero respect for the people of Jamaica, because he speaks in a way like, you can't talk to me. I'm doing what I want to do. And as a matter of fact, I watched All Angles with Dion Jackson Miller the other night when she had on the finance minister.
Yeah,
Clark. He really has a degree in talking down to the Jamaican people, because he came with this board and he's a bright man. He knows better. He really knows better, But he has this language where he quotes everything in fancy language, just talking down to the Jamaican people, to which she had to stop him and say, no, but you don't want the people. He's showing all this kind of whiteboard and all this breakdown. It doesn't translate to the Jamaican people how they can buy bread tomorrow morning. It doesn't translate. And they still realize that your increase and regular people increase are two different increases.
Correct.
And it's obscene no matter how you look at it, no matter how you dissect it, it's obscene and it is disgraceful and it's a slap in the face of the public sector workers in Jamaica the Prime Minister said to the teachers, no, you don't teach because you teach because you love the job. So why is he a Prime Minister? Just to be wealthy and to talk about, no, we can be, you can hold us accountable. No. You should do the job first.
Okay.
Be transparent first before coming to say, no, we're going to pay ourselves millions of dollars. No, you can hold us accountable. That's backward thinking. It doesn't work that way.
It is very backward. You know what I mean? When I heard him say that,
first before doing the job,
this man
forgot do the job first and then be compensated for the job that you do.
Yeah, Maria, he forgot that he had promised to give 7 years ago job descriptions.
And well, Herb, sometime in this century, the century is still not over.
Well, that's true. That's how you have to look at it, right?
Yeah, we have a long way to go in the century. But you know something? He talks about his legacy, and he has a thing about what his legacy is going to be. As you know, in a conversation Oprah said she had with the late Maya Angelou, it's not for him to decide what his legacy is going to be. It's the lives of the people that he touched that will determine his legacy. Right now, his legacy has been written for him. Right now.
Look, when I hear him talk about legacy, I cringe. Look, the Prime Minister, technically, and biologically, he could be my son. And when I hear him talking about this nonsense about he doesn't care about popularity, he cares about his legacy.
Oh, please.
And I'm like, come on, please. Just do the work. Forget about your legacy. Your legacy will be written by somebody else, not you. Right?
Yes, he's concerning himself with the wrong thing. It's not about his legacy. Do the work for the people. That's what he was put there to do, to work on behalf of the people. But they're working for themselves because they're talking about, yes, they deserve it. Tell me now, why does Warmington deserve millions of dollars in pay? I mean, make that make sense.
Like I said, Maria, sometimes, it's hard. You can't defend the indefensible.
It's not possible. It's not possible. I listened to the Jeffrey's program with Favour doing her presentation the other day. And maybe because I'm a glutton for punishment sometimes, I listen to it. And I'm telling you, I sat there thinking to myself, what is this lady talking about? Jamaican children are graduating from schools and they cannot read and write. And then come Friday, or what was it, Thursday or Friday? Thursday, when they give themselves this big increase. And I'm like, Jesus have mercy. Look at this. Jamaican children cannot afford schooling, proper schooling. The hospitals are broken. KPH is broken. And they give themselves this great increase. And then everybody must just say, it's okay, you're deserving. Deserving of what?
Look, if you really care about your people, right? If you really care about your people, given the deficiencies that they are in Jamaica right now, with just about anything, or just about everything, you care enough to say, look, let's just fix some of these things for our people.
Exactly.
Before we start taking, because then once you start doing that and people's lives start to improve, they'll appreciate it when we say we want a raise. Because they say, they've done what they're supposed to do. They've kept their end of the bargain because it's a social contract, right?
It is.
It's a social contract. We vote for you, so you take care of us. Right.
Right. And you're right. You're so right.
We vote for you, so you take care of you. That's not how it's supposed to go, people. It's supposed to we vote for you, so you take care of us.
Exactly. And the thing is, if the hospitals, we're not saying all hospitals in Jamaica should be working, but if all of the hospitals were working at least 70 to 80% at at the level that they should be working at, if the schools were performing, if the police were being paid, if they had squad cars, if the firemen had fire trucks, all those things, if those were even at a 70-75% optimal level, nobody could say they could be upset, but not at this level. Because they would say things are working. They're still doing something, but not across the board, no roads, no water, nothing across the board. And you're getting 200% increase. And nobody must say anything. I mean, on which planet? And then they're saying, I remember Minister Clark saying to Dion Jackson Miller, because she was pointing out to him, but when you look across the Caribbean, countries that are doing better than Jamaica economically are paying their leaders less. And here is Jamaica. Well, he says that they're, they have a surplus. I don't understand. If you have a surplus, then why not you put it back the money into infrastructure, into social services, into education, into healthcare? So I don't understand that mathematics. I'm not a mathematician.
If you have a surplus, why you take on more debt if you have a surplus?
Exactly. So I don't understand that part of it that he said.
Look, let me just Jaden, random. Let me just Trevor one tonight at midnight, and I have to listen to Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio. I'll be on. We're going to play some really, really nice music. And I need to come in and sit in and enjoy myself tonight.
After this week, we need to.
Yeah. Somebody I called from. Oh, my lady.
Yeah, man. So listen, it was great program, and we have to continue this fight.
Sunday.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Tomorrow. Yes.
Tomorrow. Be good.
Yeah. Call up. Hold on 1 second. Let me just say random. All the best on your bar exam. I know you said that you want to go study and things like that. You really should. Although the program you said it's interesting, you really should take the time off now and really study, because we see you as a part of the new leadership, And so we need you to go and pass the bar exam so that you can come out and do what you need to do to take care of your family, but also don't forget your people and where you come from. Jaden mentioned about safety. Jaden, to be honest with you, I don't worry about it because I have not received any threats. I hope that nobody threaten me because I don't need this in my life. But should somebody decide to threaten me, Jaden, well, me just do my best. Me have 30 years of training. I may have some links. So me just deal with what me have to deal with. And go from there. So. All right, call up. Oh, wait, somebody's a call from Atlanta. Hold on a second. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, caller.
Yes, after you get off air, I want to call you back.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
When Jamaica caller, please call me now. Or you know what? Just go and watch your program. We're getting off in a few minutes, and then you can call me. Somebody said talk all you want. I want the funding where you can hold them economic it retractable. Yeah, the funding program people. Hold on a second. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon to all you people. Herb Nelson Jr., yeah, respect to you.
Yes,
Wilfred Rattigan, first time on any of these programs.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask a question directly to Wilfred.
Yes, sir.
If the Jamaican people are afraid of Andrew Holness, is that speaking something? Is that speaking something like can citizens be afraid of a leader if it's not a socialist or what you would call it like a Soviet Union? Could
authoritarian.
Yeah. Is that saying something? I'm just trying to figure out why Jamaicans are afraid of Andrew Holness and what is the cause. Could you explain that for me? Because you're the expert in that, so I will listen.
Herb is too. Thanks for the call. Listen to the answer now.
Yeah, I'll listen to you.
Yeah, what happened, caller, is this. The prime minister has changed. I remember when he came on the scene, young, full of energy, ideas, bright, the whole thing. People gravitated to him because they said they were tired of the old guards and they needed, new ideas, new blood. Plus, he was looking at a new population of voters too. But somewhere along the line, he's changed course. He's I don't know what influenced him to do that, but he's changed. And if you notice, people more afraid of him than they are of criminals. Why do I say that? People who say bad things about the prime minister, bad things happen to them. Like you get pulled from underneath your bed and they get pulled into a police station where you have to make a formal apology, which is nonsense. In a democracy, you're free as long as you're not threatening his life, right? Or threatening his family. You are supposed you should be able to say whatever you want to say if you're going to criticize it. He's not above criticism, But criticize him now, you see what I'm, and he made that abundantly clear that he's not going to stand for any criticism. And look and see how many times people, I think I've seen 2 instances now where people came out and they started saying things about him. And then the next thing you know, you see the person standing up in front of the camera, making an apology to him. This is nonsense. So he's that is gangsterism. And he might say, well, I'm not. He might say, well, I have no part in of that. I didn't authorize anyone to do it. Well, he should condemn it because the police officers did it. So he should condemn it through his Minister of National Security and the Police Commissioner and say, listen, or he should come out and say, listen, I'm not above and beyond criticism. And anybody wants to criticize me, let them criticize me. He should do that, but he's not going to do that. So that's where the fear is coming in. And there are some other things that Herb is going to address. Let me just take this quick call here. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, folks. Mr. Rattigan, soccer player. Listen, what I want to know, right, is about the ceremonial position of this president for this new republic. Now, I don't understand why we need a ceremonial position. It just seems a waste. How would this person be elected or selected, and really what would their functions be? I think one guy, if we are going to move to a republic, and if we are to have a president, I believe it is better if the people are the ones who vote this one head of state in, which makes the people the power, right? Instead of a head of state somewhere else, or a head of state that has no function except to just cut ribbon. It makes no sense to me. Again, now I just saw a video with a guy saying that Jamaican thugs are ready to rise up, and if June 1st come and the Prime Minister put in the digital system, rifles are going to rise and all of this. With that video, I can clearly see where Meade's position is now coming into full focus, right? They understand, they know that the people of Jamaica are not satisfied, and there is likely to be an upheaval. The last word the man said in the video is we're going to turn Jamaica into Little Haiti. That is terrifying. Right? That is not something that makes a person from Jamaica feel comfortable, because we know Jamaica, yes, we have a violence and things like that, and things get worse as the years go by and stuff. But to move from that stage straight into this Asian stage, it boggles the mind. Where do we exit this destructive highway? How can we stop this from happening? Right? I agree that that violence should not be a part of this equation at all. But it seems as if the government are the ones who are planning to deliver violence to the people.
Right.
Yeah, because they have positioned like a chessboard these people who are able to manage such a thing as a rebellion, an upheaval, or a revolution, or whatever. The problem though is that there are more guns and more bad men than there are police and soldiers in Jamaica. So I don't know how we're going to solve this or start this problem out. But Andrew Holness and the opposition leader, whoever leader in Jamaica, you need to arise and you need to unite these people, and you need to stop this madness from going forth.
All right.
And the constitutional thing, why not just give the people the power? Let the people vote for their president. And if that president should get $1 or $10 million, him get elected for it is we vote him in. We don't want a ceremonial president where we have to pay when not do nothing and we never elected.
Well, that's one of the things that they're trying to sort out right now. Whether it should be an elected president, a ceremonial president, a president with some kind of power, president with no power. They're still trying to figure that one out. So we need to let our voices be heard, saying that this is what we want, this is what we don't want. So I agree with you. But what you need to
There is no purpose to ceremonial president.
right, but what I'm saying is that yeah, but we need to get that our position on that to the committee, because we can't just let them just get away with just telling us a few things here and there at these so-called town hall meetings, and then they run off into the sunset, and we don't even know if they're going to consider what we say.
Which sunset? At midnight, them run off into.
There you go.
Into the darkness.
See, there you go. There you go. Anyway, I'm going to run now, but thanks for the call and keep the support strong.
Yeah, definitely. Blessed love, Mr. Rantigan.
Yes, my brethren. Take care of yourself. Big up. Yeah.
So,
Herb, you have any closing statements, cause boy, I mean, and let me just say to the people that I didn't plan on this program running for as long as it is running right now. It's just that the chat room just fired up, and it's been going from the start until now, and then we had an outstanding guest on, and so everything just flowed. Next week, I think we will kind of like narrow it down to, to maybe what is it, 3 hours, something like that, three maybe 4 hours. We just narrow it down to that. But it all depends on the flow, because if it's not flowing, then we're not going to stay on burden ourselves. But if people are interested in what we have to say, then we will stay as long as we have to. Because at the end of the day, it's about us. It's about Jamaica. It's about our future. So there we go. You have anything you want to say before?
Well, I just loved, I spent so much time looking at the comments. It was mind-boggling.
Right.
And I loved much love to you folks out there. And I'm glad that you stuck with us. And I look forward to hearing from everybody again next week.
Right.
So I got to make a run now.
Right, and then folks, you can tune in tomorrow to Wayne Lonesome's program. Is regularly scheduled Sunday night town hall meeting. We'll be there tomorrow, and we'll be discussing more issues, more pantapa more. So until then, take care, be well. Herb, thanks again, my brother. Take care of yourself. We'll talk soon. All right, people, bless upon yourself. Check me out later tonight, Reggae Global Radio, midnight to 2. Bye.